Welcome to this tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to explore how to install brackets on Windows. So brackets is basically the code editor which we are going to use in this whole course. So it's very important to install it on different platforms. Maybe you are using Windows, I'm working on Mac, but it's very important to just get you started if you're using Windows. So when you go to the brackets.io page over here, you can see that there is a button, big blue button, which says download brackets 1.10 is the latest version that is up and running, and you can see that on the website as well. But it says that there are other downloads as well, the other releases made for different kind of operating systems. But automatically, if you are using Windows and if you go to the website brackets.io, it is going to detect that this system is a Windows operating system. So it's going to simply give us the best choice. Similarly, if you're using Mac, it's going to do the same with the Mac. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to download brackets. Okay. And I'm going to say, it's going to say like the extension is .msi. We're going to explore that later on, but for now we're just going to keep it. So the file is about 64.3 MBs big, and we have to wait how long it is going to take. Okay, so we are done, and now it's time to click on the installed brackets for Windows. Now you can see that it's saying the add brackets launcher to path for command line use. Check that. Add open with brackets to explore context menus for all files and folders. You can change the destination of the folder where you want to put brackets, but for now I'm just using the local disk to store brackets for Windows. Next, click on install, and it's gonna take a little while. Alright, so bracket was successfully installed, and now I'm just going to click on finish. So that's how you install brackets on your system on Windows. So that's all. I hope you have by now know that this is how you install an IDE, a good IDE. So keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, so in this video we will learn how to install brackets on your Mac. So I have already opened Google, and from here I'll click on brackets, and after that clicking the very first thing, brackets.io. So now since I'm on Mac, so it automatically understands that I am using Mac. The browser understands that I'm using Mac, so it's gonna give me the option of installing the primary link as in for Mac. Okay, so what I can see other than that is I can click on other downloads, and it's gonna actually tell me the other versions that are available. Now DEB is for I guess Ubuntu, and MSI is for Microsoft. DMG is our version. So I'm just gonna go back and click from here, and I'll say download brackets, and you can see that it's installing. The total file size is about 71.1 MBs, and it's downloading. It will take a little while. Alright, so we're done with the installation part, and now we'll just open this, and the DMG file is getting verified at the moment. Alright, we're done with it. So that's it. That's all what we need to do. We just need to now drag brackets and add it in the applications folder right here, and that's it. Okay, so we're done. We are done, and brackets is getting copied in the applications folder. That's it. We're done. So now let's just open brackets by going to the Launchpad. Let's close this first. Launchpad. There we go. And we have brackets over here. So just open this. And it's getting verified again. And it shows brackets is an application downloaded from the internet. Yep, I want to open it. And there we go. So brackets is open now. And that's it. Now these are the files, the default files. You can see right here, they came in with brackets. Okay, so if I click on index, you can see that it has something like some information regarding the code editor. All right, so that's how you install brackets on your Mac. Okay, so pretty simple to install. Just go to brackets.io and just click on the version that you want to install. Sometimes you might be using Windows, sometimes you might be using Mac, iOS. So you have to make sure that also you might be using Ubuntu as well. So you have to make sure that you are installing the right version for your system. So that's it. And one of the reasons why this is a very nice editor is because it's very user friendly. That's the first thing which comes to my mind when I say anything about brackets. So now you're ready to code on your Mac. Hope you're pumped up. So keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, in this video we'll learn how to create a web page and also how to save it. Now, first thing first, when you have opened your text editor, the very first thing you're going to do is, if you're using a Mac, then you click on File and then you click New. Okay, so this is how you create a document, but at the moment it is untitled. Okay, it means this has no title at all. So now I'm going to click on File and Save As. This is the folder where I want to save. So I'm going to save it as, let's say, index. Okay, you can name it anything, but by default, you name HTML pages as index page. All right, and this is basically the extension. Now, it is very important to use .html extension so that the browsers can recognize the web pages and know how to interpret the markup that the HTML pages contain. And it is basically is used for distinguishing web pages from plain documents. All right, so you have to mention HTML or HTML extension for your web pages. Now, it doesn't matter whether you use .html or HTML, but HTML is recommended because it's the more, let's say, common choice. So whichever you use, just be sure that you're consistent, because using the same extension will make it easier for you to remember your URLs later on. So now just click on Save button, and that's it. This is your first HTML page. In this video, we're going to learn how elements work and what character references are in HTML. So let's just focus on just the essentials of what makes up an HTML file. So I have my browser Chrome open, and I have opened up structure.html file, and over here you can see hello world written as well. Now this is pretty simple, but you must know that this is the rendered version of a document that looks like this. Okay, now let's do an autopsy of what's going on here. First thing first, the document starts with a document type element or doc type. In this case, the HTML5 doc type. This mainly serves to get the browser to render the HTML in what is called standards mode, so it will work correctly. Now, this particular tag lets you know what version of HTML to validate your code against. Now, we're going to be looking at it in detail later on as to why we need declaration in the first place. Next, you can see the opening tag of the HTML element right here. Now, this is a wrapper around the entire document. Okay, as you can see, there is a starting tag and there is a closing tag. Now, the closing HTML tag, which is no different than the opening tag, except there is a backslash in front of the name of the tag. Now, this is the last thing in any HTML document that you can see. The HTML element should always have or should always contain a language attribute. Most developers, they don't use language attribute but it's always a good practice to use it. Now, this language attribute specifies the primary language you're going to use for the page. For example, EN stands for English and FR stands for French. So it's up to you what you prefer. Now, inside the HTML element, there is the head element. Now, this is a wrapper that contains other information about the document, such as the internal or external styles and scripts. Now, of course, you can't see them right now because we're just going to look into it in detail later on. But right now, we just focus on what we can do with the head at the moment. Now, head includes the element title, which you can see right here. Now, this defines the heading in the browser's title bar, which you can see right here. This is the title of the page, which is declared in the code inside the title tag. Now, the head element should always contain a meta element with a character set attribute that identifies the character encoding of the page. Now, there are a lot of encoding options, but you should always use UTF-8 whenever possible. Now, after the head element, there is a body element, which is the wrapper around the actual or the original content, the one that is visible to the user's screen. In this case, a level 1 heading, H1 heading, which contains the text Hello World. And you can see it in the browser as well, that this is the only part that is visible to the user. And that's our HTML document in full. Now, we're going to be looking at all the things in detail in the coming up videos. So stay tuned. The history of the doc type declaration is a really long one. And the irony here is that the doc type is just one of those things that not every web developer understands exactly what it does. They just know that they need one. So what the doc type is supposed to do is tell the browser and user which version of HTML you'll be using so that the processing is done accordingly. I know this probably sounds confusing, so I just want you to remember this. You need to have a doc type declaration, and you want the doc type to declare the version of HTML that you will be writing. Now, for better understanding, let's have a look at old declarations of HTML, and you can find the link of the PDF of this lecture. Now, over here, you can see that these are the doc types declaration which were written in the past. Alright, now these are the old declaration you can see right here. We really don't have to use these anymore, but the reason I am showing you these is because if you're going to be editing documents that were created earlier or some legacy files, or you're going to open up an HTML file from another site to kind of learn from where you're going to see this stuff up top, and you're going to go, oh my gosh, what is all this stuff? Well, then you won't be surprised that there were different kinds of HTML, XHTML versions. Now, we have kind of gone over a little bit of that history now, but it's just for you to show so that you can have a little bit of idea. Now, the only one thing that we need to concern ourselves with is very simple and very basic declaration that simply says doc type HTML. It doesn't worry about versioning the numbers, and it doesn't worry about a document type declaration file to point back to. It just simply tells the user, hey, an HTML document is on the way. All right? So for the rest of this section, the very first thing that you are going to do is whenever you create an HTML page, you are always going to start with the document type declaration. All right, that's it. Now, directly after the opening HTML tag, you're going to find the document's head. Now, the head element is where you'll place information about the document, references to things like external scripts and styles, and additional instructions to the browser about how the document should be rendered. Okay? Now, before we get to adding the head of the document, we first remember we have to have the HTML tag. So let's create a document declaration in the beginning. Doc type HTML. That's our declaration. Now, after the document type declaration, I'm going to add an HTML tag along with the language attribute, which says my page is in English. And after HTML tag, I'm going to enter the head tag. There we go. So there are a couple of things that we want to go ahead and put inside the head tag. And the very first thing that we want to do is tell the user agents which character encoding to use for the page. So to do that, I'm going to use a meta tag. Now, when we talk about HTML syntax, there are tags which do not need a closing tag. Meta tags are like that. Meta tags don't need a closing tag. All they need is the initial opening tag right here. So I'm going to create a meta tag, and then after meta, I'm going to open up an attribute. In this case, I'm going to select the attribute known as character set or char set. And I'm going to set the value of this char set to UTF-8, which is a pretty standard character encoding. And then I'm going to close the meta tag with the right angle bracket. That's it. And that's all we're going to do there. Now, this is something that you should do for each of your HTML documents. Add a character encoding standard that is going to inform the browser which encoding to use. Now, there is another meta tag that HTML5 introduced to let web designers take control over the viewport through the meta tag. Now, what is a viewport? Well, the viewport is the user's visible area of a page, and it varies with the device and the screen sizes. And we have to see whether the user is viewing the web on the mobile phone or a computer screen. So in order for you to arrange your web pages rather mobile friendly or screen friendly, you should include the meta viewport element in all your web pages. So setting the viewport to make your website look good on all devices works like this. Name should be viewport, and then content, add another attribute known as content, and add width. Width is equals to device width, comma, initial scale equals 1.0. All right. Now, after entering this meta information, you should be worried free about whether your web page is going to work on mobile or not. Now, some browsers are automatically going to show the web pages in a mobile responsive way, but if, let's say, you are using a browser that doesn't have this option or an inbuilt feature of viewports, then you have to declare it. I mean, it's a good practice to add by your own self. Now, you can use meta tag to define keywords for search engines so that your website could be found easily on search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. So using the meta tag, you're going to be declaring the name, let's say description, and then the content, let's say whatever content you want to post, content, let's say Gahul tutorials. That's it. So if someone searched Gahul tutorials, your website will be using this information as a keyword for search engine, okay? Now let's say if you want to name the author of the web page or the designer of the web page, you can do that by using the same meta tag, but this time you're going to use the name as author. All right? And content, you can simply say, well, content belongs to John Doe. All right? Great. Now, as I mentioned, that you can add internal or external style sheets and scripts in the head tag, inside the head tag as well. But for now, we're just going to be working with the meta tags and the title. Let me add the title of the page as well and say example page. Okay. So yeah, you can include CSS files and JavaScript files, but right now we're just going to be looking at the meta tags in detail, and we did that. I hope you have gained the concept of adding meta tags, and you also learned the importance of using them in your web page. See you in the next lecture. So while the head of your document stores all the functional information that is largely invisible, the body is where all of your visible content is going to go. So to complete the basic structure of our HTML file here, the very first thing we want to do is add a body tag. Now you have to remember that the body tag is not nested inside the head tag or element, because it is a sibling of the head tag, meaning it is on equal level with it, but it just comes after the head tag. So I'm going to add the body tag right here, okay? And then after the body tag, I have just hit the return key so that I can close the body tag. Here is the closing tag. Now, right after the body tag, the starting body tag, I'm going to add some text just below the body tag line. Let's say Gahul. All right. Now, if I save this and preview it in a browser, you can see that the only thing that reads on the page there is just the page content, which is Gahul. Now, it's really not formatted in any specific way, and I want to be clear about this. Now, CSS basically it just controls the styling and formatting of the contents of our page. But let's say that if you're not using CSS at the moment, then we just have to get the browser's default rendering, which in this case, the Chrome browser decided to put Gahul in just a simple text form. All right. Now, to give this text a more meaningful way, I'm going to add a paragraph text around it. So I'll go back to my code editor, and over here, I'll just cut it and add a paragraph with just the letter P and paste this text inside the paragraph tag. And now, if I want to see the result, refresh, it looks like this. Now you can see that the text was right here up here before, and now it's a little bit beneath. So the reason of that is now my text has a more meaningful way because it is rendered inside a paragraph right now on the browser. So if I go back to my code editor and let's say that I add some more information, let's say Gahul is a wonderful learning platform. All right. And if I type something lorem, hit tab, I have some more text. Now if I see the result, refresh it, it looks like this. Okay. Now there are tons of different things that you can do to the content you add on the page. All right. So for example, if I want to make some word a little bit emphasized or bolder, so I'm just gonna go back to my code editor. And let's say Gahul, I'm talking about Gahul, so I want to make Gahul a little bit bold. So I'm just going to add bold B, all right? And just going to cut Gahul and paste it inside or in between my bold opening and closing tags. Save it and run it to see There we go. So Gahul is right now, it's a bit bold than the rest of the text. Now let's say to make my page content a bit more meaningful, I'm just going to go to my code editor and add a heading before my paragraph and name it H1. All right, H1 stands for level 1 heading. So let's say important info. All right, that's the name of the heading. All right, so if I just save it and see in the browser, refresh, there we go. So now I have a level 1 heading along with a paragraph. Okay, and in that specific paragraph I have one word that is highlighted in bold. So just like I said, that we can do a tons of things by using all kinds of elements that are present and that represents visual elements on the page. So regardless how simple or how complex your sites are going to end up being, this important structure, this foundation, the head and the body tags are always going to be the starting point of any of your documents. So this is whatever we have covered in this video is just a very basic of what we can include inside the body tag. We're going to cover a lot of things later in the videos, but just to give you an idea step by step that it's always important to know the foundations and then jump on to important and complex concepts. So I'll see you in the next videos. Keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, welcome to this video. Now in this video we're going to learn about block and inline elements. Now in HTML it is very important to remember that there are two types of model containers. Alright, one is the block level and the other is the inline level. Now, whatever the type of the element is, it is going to dictate the browser what the default rendering logic will be for the content within that element or the element itself. For example, let's just eradicate all the confusion. Think of it as this picture, all right? Now over here, this is an example of a block level element, which is always going to take up the full width available on the screen. And by rendering using the full width of the screen, the content of this element is always rendered on a new line. So this is just one box, and this is another box, and this is a third box. All right. Now, if you add, let's say after adding this block level element, if you add another block level element, it's always going to render on a new line. And that is why it is called a block level element, because it's stacked as blocks. All right. Now there are three primary examples of block level elements that you may have used or may be going to use in your HTML pages. The number one is the body tag itself. All right. And the other one is the BR tag, known as the break tag. Okay, so for example, if I write something like, this is an example of showing a block level element. All right, so now I'm going to introduce a block level element, which is BR or BR backslash. There we go. So you will see that if I type this tag, which is always going to be used once in your HTML document because it doesn't have any closing tag. This is the only tag for writing the BR version. So if I enter this tag, it is always going to, whatever content is going to be next, it is always going to start on a new line. So basically this BR tag is known as a line breaker tag as well. So let's say if I copy this text again and paste it after this tag, now you will see that this particular text is going to be visible but on a new line, not on the same line. So this is a line breaker tag, by the way. So I'm just going to save it and run it to see what happens. There we go. So now because I entered the BR line breaker tag, then this text which I typed after the tag is appearing on a new line. All right, let's just remove this tag and save the file now and run it and refresh. There you go. So you see the difference now? That's how important BR tag is, and that's why it's called a block level element. Now the other tag, which is very important as a block level element, is the P tag, the paragraph tag. So whenever you type anything inside a paragraph tag, it is always going to start on a new line since it's a block level element. So I'm just going to go back to the code editor, and over here I'm just going to paste the BR tag back. All right, oops, there we go. Okay, and after the BR tag, I'm just going to add the P tag, all right? And I'm just going to enter some text. Now you're going to see that because I have entered the P tag, or I have introduced the P tag, now this text is going to start on a new line, and you can see there is no BR tag. There's only P tag, which is also a block level element. So you're going to see that it is going to have some margin set to its box already. So over here, let's refresh. There you go. So you can see that the paragraph is starting on a new line, and it has an equal amount of space at the top and as well as the bottom. And I can show you that the space is available at the bottom as well, because let's say if you copy this paragraph twice, then you're gonna see that this text is going to appear on a new line. So going back to the code editor, refresh, there we go. So this paragraph is started on a new line with some equal spacing in between the paragraphs. All right, so far so good. Now there are many other block level elements which include article, aside, block code, button, canvas, caption, which we are going to cover in the later videos to give our HTML pages some more meaning. All right, but right now let's just focus on learning about the inline elements as well. Now I'm just going to create some headings, all right, just to differentiate between the kind of elements that I have entered. So I'm just going to enter one heading over here. I'm just going to say block level elements. All right, and now I'm going to enter one more heading, copy this heading, all right, paste it right here and say inline level elements. And now I'm going to introduce the inline elements. Now, how inline elements differ from the block elements is they only take up the width that they need to render their content. For example, over here you can see that the paragraph is taking full width, all right? The paragraph is taking full width, all right? So starting from here, it's going to take full width because it acts as a box. And that's why it's called a block level element. But inline element is different because they only take up, I repeat, they only take up the width that they need to render their content. For example, if I enter a span tag in my code editor, all right, span tag, by the way, is an inline element. And the reason why we use span tags is because they do not start on a new line. So whenever we need to make changes within a block level element or within a paragraph to some part of the text, then we use span text. I'm going to show you that later, but right now let's just use span text, and let's say this is an inline element. All right, now you can see that if I just save it and run it, nothing happens, all right, because it is showing one line, whatever we have written, all right, But just for your convenience, let's just add a background to it. So you don't have to worry about all the styling right now. It is just to show you that how the width is similar to the width of the text. All right, so I'm just going to add a background, and I'm going to say, well, make that background red. All right, so don't worry about the styling. I just want to show you what exactly is going on. So this span tag is only going to render the content width which is similar to the content width of the text that we have included in the in the span tag. So you can see that if you refresh it, it is not occupying the full screen. All right, it is not doing that. Whereas if you add a background to your paragraph, then you will see that the paragraph ends here, but it's still going to occupy the full width. So I'm just going to add a background, just copy this tile and paste it. And you're going to see that this area where there is no text is also occupied. So that's why inline elements, they only take up the width of whatever text or whatever content we have added. All right, nothing more than that. So over here, back to the code editor, you can see that if I add one more span tag, all right, now if I add one more span tag and enter it on a new line, you're going to see that it is not going to continue on a new line in the browser. Rather, it is going to continue on the same line, all right, after element. So this line is going to repeat after this line. So I'm just going to change the color background, make it yellow, save it, and then run it, refresh. There we go. So as you can see that though I have started a new tag, but because span tag is an inline element, it has started on the same line. So that's why HTML has two main types of content models, which is of course block level and inline level element. Now I have used some CSS to differentiate the block level elements from inline elements, but you don't have to worry about the CSS. This is just to show you that how these two are different. So we're going to be looking at the inline elements in detail in the coming up videos. Some of the inline elements are, of course, first of all, there's a span tag, then we have strong, and then we have the sup and the sub script tags, all right? A lot of them. So we're going to be looking at them later in detail. So I hope that you have gained the concept of the difference between block level elements and inline level elements, all right? So stay tuned and, of course, keep learning and keep practicing. Alright, in this video, we're going to learn about headings in HTML. Now, we have already learned about headings a little bit, but in this video, I just want to go in the details about how many different HTML headings we have. Now, I want to tell you that we have 6 different HTML headings, starting from H1 all the way down to H6. Now, what am I talking about? Well, I'm just going to show you in a while. The H1 tag, which I'm going to use right now, is used for the biggest or the most important heading. All right, let's say that I want to give my page a title, and I said this is a blog. All right, so if I say, or particularly the whole blog, save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So by using the H1 heading, it is showing me the font in a bigger size. Now, if I write the same font, all right, copy this and paste it inside H6, then you'll see that I'm basically getting this result, which is the least important heading because it's hardly visible. So that is what headings are in HTML. The biggest one starts with number 1, that is the level 1 heading, and H6 is the smallest level heading, also known as H6 heading. Now there are other numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, which also comes in between, And the text size, the font size, it becomes smaller as it moves down from H1 to H6. So if you want to remember it in a way. H1 is the highest level of heading, means the font size of H1 is always going to be bigger than the rest of the headings level. All right, so let me just paste other tags as well. The H2 tag, copy this and paste the H3 tag, copy. This is a whole block. Then H4 tag, copy again. And then finally H5, because we already have H6. There we go. Save it, and then you'll see that the text is, the font size is decreasing in a descending order. So there we go. This is a Google block with being the highest level of heading with the biggest font size. And then H2 becomes a little bit smaller, and H3 smaller than H2, H4 smaller than H3, H5 smaller than H4, and H6 is the smallest of them all. All right. So this is how you can utilize headings in HTML. Now, I just want to add one more thing here, is that whenever you use the heading tags, you have to always remember that all the browsers, this is Chrome for instance, right? So all the browsers, they have a different default value for different kinds of headings. But in Chrome, the font size for H1 is 32 pixels. All right, that means it may differ when we try to use H1 in Mozilla or Safari, because maybe the default value in those browsers is going to be a little bit different. All right, let's say it's like 2 points less or 2 points more, but I just want to tell you that default values for all these kind of headings may vary in different browsers. All right, but that doesn't mean that H6 is going to be a bigger going to come in a bigger font size than H1. The standard is going to be the same, with H1 being the biggest font, of being the biggest heading level, and H6 will be the smallest heading level. But again, I just want to repeat that the default values may vary in different browsers. So hope you have gained the concept of using headings in HTML. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep practicing. All right, so in this video, we're going to learn how to create paragraphs in HTML. Now, paragraphs are very important in HTML because they help us add the content, whatever we are intending to add in HTML. Now, the point is that even if you're adding some random text, all right, so first of all, like, let's just go to the lorem ipsum generator website, which is known as www.lipsum.com/feed/html, and there you can find some random text in between. And if I just save it and run it on the browser, you're gonna see the result that this is just showing me that it is a paragraph. But in reality, this is just presentational, but it has no, this text has no semantic value. And how I can add a semantic value to this text, or how I can convert this text into a paragraph, will be by adding the paragraph tag. So I'm just gonna add a p tag. All right, I'm just gonna copy this text, okay, and whoops, copy this text and cut it and paste it in between the paragraph tag. Now you can see that nothing is changed, except there is a bit margin at the top and as well as the bottom. If I add another paragraph, then you will see, and you have to note this point, that whenever you add a paragraph, browsers, they automatically add some white space before and after the paragraph. Let's say if I copy the same paragraph once more in my code editor, all right, just copy this whole thing, copy this and paste it once more here, save it and run it. There we go. So you can see that there is some space between the two paragraphs. This is this white space. The space is actually distinguishing that now this line is a separate block. All right, this text is a separate block and it's starting on a new line. So that's why paragraphs are block level elements because whenever you enter paragraphs, it is always going to start on a new line. Now, I want to add one more thing here. What people usually do is that they don't add the end tag, end p tag. But this is not a good practice. Why? Because when you don't add a closing p tag, then most of the browsers in the world, they don't do anything, all right? They will display your paragraph in the way uh, it is displaying now, all right? It will have no, let's say, error or no presentational fault in it. But it is not a good practice as a user to completely eliminate the paragraph tag. Let's say that if I don't add the closing tag, all right, and if I go back to my code editor, refresh, nothing happened. If the presentational style is the same, nothing is changed. But you need to make sure that whenever you're starting a paragraph, make sure to end it in order to maintain your content flow. So even if you're reading your code or you're giving or you have given your code to someone who is a code editor, then you need to make sure that that person must know where this paragraph, where the content is ending. So that's why make sure to always give your paragraph a closing tag. Now, there's another thing that I want to add is, let's say that you want to give a break, a line break between your paragraphs, all right? Not between your paragraph, inside your paragraphs, all right? Let's say that you want this vestibulum line to, word to start on a new line. And let's say if I just enter it right here and if I save this and see the result now because I have entered it on a new line, refresh it, you can see that it is not starting on a new line because HTML paragraphs, they don't count the extra spaces or extra line in HTML code. So we have to add an extra tag in order to break the line, all right, to start this word on a new line. So what I'm going to do is just going to take it back right here, and right before the vestibulum word, I'm going to add BR. All right, BR is known for break, line break. So if I just go back to my result, you can see that now the vestibulum is on a new line. All right, so that's how you can break the line by using the BR tag. Okay. Now you have to remember one thing in BR tag, that this is an empty tag, which means like the paragraph tag, it doesn't need an end tag. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce a new tag, which is going to define the pre-formatted text. Now let's say I have a paragraph, all right, one more paragraph, and I want these three words to appear in three lines, all right? And I'm not able to do that. As you know, I'm not able to do that in paragraph tag because it doesn't count extra space, white space. So what I'm going to do is there is, and I don't want to add different, so many line breaks as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a new tag known as pre, which stands for pre-formatted text. Now, what this text does is whatever is in between these opening and closing, this opening and closing tag, it is going to be displayed in the way it is in the code editor. All right, so whatever pattern we have on the code editor, the output is going to be the same. So let's just do one thing, that let's copy these three words, copy this and paste it inside the pre-formatted text, and let's say enter, and then enter one more time. Now you can see that I have three lines, 1, 2, 3, it's ending here. Okay, so if I just save it and then run it, you can see that it looks like this. All right, so what I have done is I have done nothing except that I have simply added a pre-formatted text tag, which is displaying the text or the information content, whatever we have, in the way it is in the code editor. All right. And over here you can see that the font in between the tags of pre-formatted text is kind of different from the regular text style we have. So I'm just going to zoom in. So over here you can see that this basically is a fixed width font, which is usually Courier Sans. So basically, it's a way of telling the browser as well that I'm adding a pre-formatted text tag, and that's why the font style is different. All right. So whenever you're creating paragraphs, make sure that you remember, first of all, of course, the p tag, which is the basic paragraph tag, and then the line break tag, which is of course an empty element, as it doesn't need any closing tag. You can add br tag anywhere you like if you want to break the line, or just break the rule. Okay. And the next one is using the pre tag in paragraphs, where you want the text to appear as it is, whatever spaces you want to give. So it's going to count white spaces, it's going to count line breaks whenever your text is inside the pre tags. Okay, so hope you've gained the concept of creating paragraphs in HTML. I'll see you in the next video. Keep learning and of course keep practicing. Okay, so in this video we are going to learn about creating styles in HTML. And now I know you have this thing in your mind, okay, when we talk about styling, well, doesn't CSS comes into the mind? Well, it is right that all the styling in HTML is done through CSS, but we can individually style elements in HTML as well by using some of the properties of CSS and embed them in HTML. Now we don't need any big extra advanced styling to do that. We just need to add some attributes with the existing elements, HTML elements, and that can be done with the style attribute. So for example, we have a paragraph, all right, and if I save it and run it to see, there we go. So we have a paragraph. Now you can see that it is in black, all right, the text color is black, and I want it to convert into red. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add one attribute right after the opening tag, okay, after the element name, and add style equals to quotation marks, okay, and then I'm going to add the property, okay. So because I want to change the color, I'm just going to tell the browser that I'm going to add red color, okay, save it, and now because the paragraph style is in red color, the text color is going to be red. So there you go. There we go. So similarly, you can change the background color of the paragraph as well. Now, right now the background is transparent and there is no background at the moment, but you can still, let's say, change the background color of this paragraph or the whole body. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the code editor and add style attribute to my body and say background color, that's better, oops, should be blue. Save it. Remember to add the semicolon at the end of the value of your property, otherwise the syntax is not complete. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the code editor. Now you can see that the body, whatever body is there, it is all blue. Okay, now over here you can see that this text is hardly readable, and to make it readable we need to increase the font size. So we can do that by adding one more property to our style attribute right here and say, well, we have the color, but right now after the semicolon I'm going to add one more property known as the font size. All right, now the font size, because the background is in blue and my text is already smaller, let's say that I want 20 pixels of my font size. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the code editor. Okay, it is readable, but still, it's not that appealing because the color red is kind of hardly visible on blue, and it's really disturbing for the eyes. So I'm just gonna change the red color to white. White, there we go. And yep, much readable. And now let's say that this font, I don't want this font. It's pretty old style font, and I want some new font style to be introduced. So what I'm going to do is I can do that by adding one more property known as font family. All right, font family decides what is going to be the font style of my text. So let's say I say monospace, okay, and type semicolon. Always remember to, add semicolon, and that's why I'm emphasizing a lot that without semicolon, your code or your style attribute is not complete. So I'm gonna go back to the code editor. Over here, you can see this is much fancy. It's much fancy, okay? Now let's say that you have one more paragraph like this, okay, and the font style is going to be different. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it one more time, and I just want to change the font family to Verdana. Okay, Verdana is also a font style. And there we go. So now you can see that this font style is different from this font style. And let's say that I want this text, this paragraph, to start from the right side. So I'm going to align the text by using the property known as text aligned. I'm gonna go back to my code editor, and after the semicolon, I'm going to introduce one more property, text align. This property decides that where my text is going to be positioned. So I'm saying right, and it's going to take me to the right. There we go. So now my paragraph is kind of on the right alignment. Okay, I can make this paragraph in center as well by simply saying center. So it's gonna come into center. There we go. So this is particularly in center now. Got it. Now I just want to add one more thing, and that is just to play around with the attribute style attribute one more time, and that is I'm going to add a paragraph one more time, and this time I just want the paragraph to have a bigger font size. So I'm going to say style and then say font size font hyphen size to be 48 pixels. It's going to be pretty big. And then, oh my god, there we go. So now my font is about 48 pixels, which is I'm just gonna say this is big. This is the biggest paragraph, and I just want to change the color to white. Okay, there we go. All right, so now you can see that this is how you can play around with the text and add different styles, different colors, different background colors, different font styles to your content. So this was style for you. We're gonna learn a lot about styles later on in the CSS section, but this was just for you to start looking at how you can add styles in your existing HTML code. All right, so hope you have gained the concept of adding style attribute and its properties and values. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep practicing. All right, in this video, we're gonna be formatting HTML elements. Now we've learned about adding style attribute to our HTML, and we also learned how to add paragraphs, line breaks, and pre-formatted text tags. But in this video, we are going to be using elements like bold, italics for actually formatting our output to make it look more presentational, etc. So we have a bunch of elements to explore in this video, and first of all, I'm just gonna type a paragraph, and over here I'm just gonna say, well, oops, lorem ipsum, and then the paragraph is there. All right, it's visible on the screen. Let's just zoom it a little bit so that it becomes easier for us to see. Okay, so we have a paragraph. Now to make our text bold. All right, the first element that we're going to introduce in our paragraph is going to be the bold tag. So I'm going to go to the code editor, and let's say that I want to make lorem ipsum bold. So I'm going to wrap it inside the bold tag. Bold is not an empty element. It has an opening and a closing tag. Always remember that. So let's say I want lorem ipsum to be bold. I'm just going to paste it inside the bold tag and see now. There you go. So lorem ipsum is bold now, and it is different from the rest of the text. Now, there is one thing to remember here, that there is another tag to make text bold, and that is known as strong. All right, so I'm just going to make this word strong. Okay. Okay, so strong tag and bold tag. Now you're going to see on the screen that basically both of the tags, the bold tag and the strong tag, they are doing the same job. But there is a difference, a major difference between these two tags, bold and strong. Though their output looks same and there is no apparent difference between these two tags. But what is the main difference is that, let's say you have a screen reader and you have put your page to be read by some voice. So what that voice is going to do is it is going to ignore or put emphasis on this text. All right, so it will just read it like lorem ipsum dollar sit amit. Okay, but if you emphasize or if you put the strong tag, then it is going to be recognizable by the screen reader, or it may say consecutor or something like that. All right, so this will be semantically right for the screen reader to use or to read the strong tag. So that's the only difference. The bold tag is just used for presentational purpose, whereas strong tag also has the semantic importance. So it is always better to use strong tag instead of bold tags. But just to show you, bold tag is also used to make word bold or different from the rest of the text. Now, similarly, just like the bold and the strong tag, there is another element known as the italic element known as the I tag, and the EM tag known as the emphasize tag. Now, the main difference between these two is, again, the screen reader is going to read the emphasize tags, not the italic tag. Italic tag is only used for presentational purpose. Let me show you an example. There you go. So let's say that you put minus resentence, this word, inside the italic tag, okay, and you put this word in the end or some word near it, rationa, all right, ration, inside emphasize tag. Got this, paste it inside the emphasize tag. Now you're going to see that the presentational effect is going to be the same, all right? They look same, all right? The presentation is same, but the semantic importance is varying here because the screen reader or whatever voice you select to read the text, it is going to emphasize on this word or this word inside the emphasize tag than the italic tag, which we are using for just presentational purpose. So if you want to, let's say, if you're not going to use any screen reader, then it is good to use bold or italic tags. But it is always a good practice to make your website compatible for each and every kind of tool in which screen readers is also in the list. Now there is another tag which is known as the small tag or the small element. Let's say that you want some word to be visible smaller than the rest of the word, then you're just going to wrap it inside the small tag. It is that simple. All right, so let's say small, okay, and your $k, you're just putting this, let's say, let's just make this word small, okay, and just go back to our code editor, refresh it, there we go. So $MQQ is kind of smaller than the rest of the text, and that's because we have encapsulated it inside the small tag right here. Now moving on, we have another HTML element known as the mark element that actually defines the text in a highlighted way, okay, or in a marked way. So let's say that I want to highlight some part of this paragraph. So I'm gonna just use mark text, all right, mark tag, and up till here, I'm just going to copy and paste it inside the mark tag and refresh. There you go. So this particular tag is used to highlight the text. Now, the next element that we're going to explore is the HTML delete element. All right. Now, this doesn't delete the text, but it just shows that this text is deleted or cut out. All right. So what are we going to do is we are going to add another paragraph and say that inside that paragraph, Google is a music learning platform. All right. Now let's say if I want to cut music and I just want Google is a learning platform. All right. So I'm going to use del, okay, and paste, cut and paste music inside the delete tags or the del tags, and then see. There we go. So it shows that this tag is being removed or it's not carrying any importance because it is a cutout. Okay. So you can use this tag when you want to show that there has been a correction. All right. So moving on, there is another tag which is known as the inserted tag, also defined by ins. Okay. So what this tag does is, let me just go back to the code editor. So over here, let me just add one more paragraph and say Google is my favorite amazing platform. All right. So let's say I want to underline the favorite or emphasize on favorite word. Okay. So I'm going to do that by adding inserted tag known as ins. All right. And cut and copy that particular word, which I'm going to be showing as the inserted text inside the inserted tags. Save it and then run it. There we go. Google is my favorite amazing platform. So if you want to underline something, you can use ins as your element. Now the next element that we're going to discover is the subscript tag. Okay, so subscript means, as the word defines, something that comes in the bottom than the rest of the text. And I'm going to show you an example. Let's say that if you're applying a scientific formula, if you're trying to show some scientific element on your web page, just like let me just create one. All right, so you say CO2 is carbon dioxide is a gas. All right, so that's it. But you want this 2 to be shown in a subscripted way that is a little bit down beneath the rest of the text, okay, so that it actually shows that we're talking about carbon dioxide and nothing else. So I'm just gonna paste this 2 inside the sub tag. All right, so cut this 2 and paste it inside the sub tag. So it's gonna go to refresh. There we go. So CO2 is a gas. You can see that CO2 is a bit subscripted right now. Now, just like the chemical formulas or the chemical compound names, sometimes you need superscript tags when you're writing some mathematical equation. So let's say you are writing something like 10 raised to power 3 is equals to 1000. All right. Now 10 raised to power 3 means 10 is multiplied 3 times. But I want to show that in a mathematical way. Then I'm going to write super or sup. S-U-P stands for superscript. All right. And cut this 3. All right. And paste it inside the superscript tag, also known as a subtag. There we go. So 10 raised to power 3 is equals to 1000. Okay. So you can do wonders with HTML formatting elements, and you can create amazing content without getting confused that, okay, where to add the superscript, when to add the subscript, etc. So now you know how to make your text bold, and now you also know what to do when you encounter some tool like a screen reader and you want that screen reader to put the emphasize on the words, you know which tags, which is the right tag to use. Okay, you can create your amazing content by starting, I think, with just this video, because this video is showing that you can format whatever you want. You can just start writing in HTML as quickly as possible. So I hope that you have learned the concept of formatting elements in HTML. So till then, keep learning and keep practicing. Alright, in this video, we're going to learn about inserting images in HTML. So we're going to take a brief moment to go over the basics of placing images on a page. And to actually explain this, we're going to use the image file, which I have currently added in my file directory. And I'm going to display that on the browser in a short while. So first of all, let me just create some paragraph. Okay, there we go. We have one paragraph, and then we have another paragraph, and then I want to insert an image in between these two paragraphs. Now, first of all, let's just see the result and then decide. There we go. So we have two paragraphs, but I want to see an image in between these two paragraphs. So I can do that by going back to my code editor, and over here, I'm just going to use an image tag known as img. Now, the important thing here to remember is that img, or the image tag, is an empty tag. That means that it doesn't need any closing tag. It just needs a backslash, and sometimes not even that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the source attribute. Source means where is the image, all right? This is kind of the address of the image. And now I have already saved one image known as tent.jpg. So I'm going to select that and then simply close the tag by adding a backslash and then the angle bracket. So I'm going to save this and see how my output looks right now. There we go. So this is so simple to add an image in HTML by using the img or the image tag. And also you can just simply use a source attribute in order to find where that image is which you want to actually put. Now, I want to include here that images mostly they're considered what we call replaced content. Before, when you used to see HTML like way back, then you just used to see text, but now information has been replaced with images. Okay, so that's why images are considered as replaced content, and that means that when they are encountered, the browser or user agent will use those images information within that tag to replace its content with the resource that you have asked for. So it doesn't matter, like, you know, whether if you're using, let's say, just an image, okay, but you can still add extra information. And let's say someone searches about that particular keyword and information on Google, then that image is also going to show up, and that's why you search in Google Images. Okay, so in order to do that, what people or developers, what they do is that they actually tell the description of that image. They actually enter the description of that image by entering another attribute known as the alt attribute. Okay, so whatever information is about that image, it's going to go inside the alt attribute. Okay, now you can make the information as descriptive as possible, because this attribute is the only thing that allows you to show the representative text of the image. Okay, and it is very useful for the screen readers as well. So you have to keep all the tools in mind when you're adding images to your HTML. Don't just copy the source of the image, don't just add that. Always try to add some information related to that particular image. So I'm going to say this is a great tent in South Africa. All right, save it. And let's say when someone searches about tent in South Africa, who knows, this image shows up in the search. So that's how people find your content online. I'm just going to save it and run it on the browser. You can see that whatever text, alternative text I've written, it is not visible on the output screen because it is inside the code. But when someone searches, let's say when someone searches for an image of a tent in South Africa, then this image might show up. Okay. Now there is one more thing that you can add. You can also set the width and height of your image. Let's say that this is the standard size of the image, okay? But you want to make your image a bit bigger. All right, so what I'm gonna do is that you're gonna add one more attribute, or attributes in this case. So you're gonna say, okay, I want to decide the width, and I want the width to go till 100 pixels, and I want the height to be around 800 pixels. There we go. Save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So now the image is bigger, okay? But you can see that there is a bit stretching or rendering issue because the image has been stretched out. So I'm gonna remove the height attribute and I'm just gonna stay with the width because height is gonna be on auto. If I don't set it, it's gonna do like, you know, the default value, whatever the height is. All right, now it's not stretched, it's in its original form. Okay, so you can set, of course, all these attributes, the width and the height attributes, they are optional, but it is always a good practice to use them in terms of pixels or percentages. You can also, you know, introduce percentages instead of pixels. So let's say you want 100% width, save it, and then see the result. There we go. So it's covering like almost all the screen, all the width, sticking up all the width. So you can apply or introduce percentages as well instead of pixels, whatever you like. Now, the next important point is to know what kind of images can go in your images source. All right. Now, for example, this is a JPEG image. Now, let me tell you that you can add JPEGs, PNG, GIFs, and even SVG now as your images. So it's up to you what kind of image you want to add, and HTML5 will support that. Okay, so let's say that you want a Tom and Jerry moving image. So you can do that by, let's say, adding one more Tom and Jerry image source and then simply say Tom and Jerry GIF. Now GIF is a moving image, all right, and that's it. That's how you just add one Tom and Jerry image. So I'm going to go back to the code editor, and over here you can see that, refresh, that now I have a GIF image, all right, and the Tom and Jerry, both of them are licking milk, maybe. Yeah, so that's how you add all kinds of images, and I've shown you can add PNG images as well, portable network graphics, and of course a GIF image as well. So it's up to you what kind of image you have. Hope you have gained the concept of how to add images and what to do with them after you add them. Don't forget to add the alternative text because that is a description of your image. Otherwise, people will not be able to find you online through your images. So make sure that you have this alt description and it is accurate and it's related to your image. All right, so over here, I'm just going to add alt and say Tom and Jerry are licking milk. All right, now it makes more sense. Okay, so whenever someone searches Tom and Jerry are licking milk, this image is definitely going to pop up in the search results. So hope you have gained the concept of adding images in HTML. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep practicing, of course, and keep learning. Okay, so far we have covered a little bit of the background of HTML and the basic elements that are required for our HTML document. Now, in this video, we'll begin exploring how to structure pages properly by examining the section elements that are available in HTML. Now, one of the major benefits of using HTML is that it allows us to structure documents in a way that illustrates the meaning of the content. So this is often referred to as semantics, and it's an important part of the web authoring process. So most of the time, content in a web page fits within specific sections. Now, let's say, for example, TechCrunch.com. Now, you might have the company information up top in the header, which is this part, all right? So this is the site navigation, and the section on the right side of the header element is the section element, which is basically displaying some main content. And perhaps over the extreme right, it's a sidebar with some related information. So apart from everything else, you can see at the bottom that we have a footer as well. All right, so this is the footer, which is containing the contact information. No, it's not containing any contact information, but it is containing privacy policy, terms of service, and it is an area which is saying that, okay, all rights are reserved, and what are the things that are powering up this website, which is WordPress. Now, that's how pages are structured and the layout is given. And this is a pretty advanced kind of a layout for you to see, but let me show you a standard one. So here is another website, which is known as contentmarketinginstitute.com/blog. And over here, you can see that this is much of a simpler way of explaining how the blogs, they are structured. So you have, again, you have the company information, and then there is a site navigation area. And the section below is followed by the main content, perhaps, which contains the blogs, all right, and a sidebar, all right. The sidebar, which this is the sidebar area, which is telling or urging the users to connect with them and join them. And then there is the other blog posts, which are again located in the sidebar area. And if you're going to look at the footer area, footer is quite big, okay. And again, it's basically consisting everything. Again, the terms of service, privacy statement, etc., and the copyright as well. Now, that's a pretty standard layout for web pages, and if you spent any time at all browsing the web, you probably recognize those sections almost immediately and intuitively. However, as designers, it's really easy for us to sometimes lose track of the fact that there are people using assistive technology and machines, such as search engines, that can't rely on the visual layout to convey meaning. So for those users, the actual structure of the page has to convey the information about the content. And if the page isn't structured properly, then the page content will have no hierarchy and no way to convey how the content relates to each other. And that's where HTML's sectioning and heading elements come in. So these elements, basically, they're going to allow you to group content together in specific sections that have semantic meaning to it. So they are headings, all right, which consist of H1. This is probably written in H1, all right, and up till through H6. And then there is another element which is known as the article element, and then we have a side element which we use to structure our sidebars, and then we have the nav element, which is used to declare or create a navigation area. Okay, so when these elements, they're used properly, then they give your document an intelligent outline that is going to clearly represent the page's content. Okay, so in addition to these sectioning elements, you have of course you have the header, and then you have the main content, and then you have the footer right here. Okay, so the main purpose of these elements to be in there in the first place is to establish the relationship between them, and make your pages more readable for both people and machines. So you have to keep this thing in mind, that if you want to become an accessible site, or if you want your site to result to be an accessible site, and to be good in terms of search engine results. Okay, so you have to keep a very consistent and structured approach to your web pages. Now, I can't stress enough how important it is for the new web developers, designers to learn how to use these elements correctly. But we're going to be focusing properly on our page structure in the process of course, learning HTML, so that you can avoid costly mistakes in the future and will be able to produce semantic sites that perform exactly as you want them to perform. So let's go back to our code editor right here, and let's start by adding some semantic HTML. So one of the things that you want to consider when you're ready to structure your pages is what type of document outline you want to generate. And because HTML uses semantic elements like headings and sectioning tags to describe the outline of a page content, just think of it as in terms of a table of contents. Okay. So when you are going to skim, or the device that is searching your web page is going to skim that outline or that layout, it is going to be easy to determine how the content actually is relating to each other. Okay, so I repeat, generating the correct document outline for your web page is a fairly important part of your web's success. So to practice this, we've already opened our code editor. Okay, so we'll start with the very basic HTML5 element, which we really need in the beginning of outlining our HTML document. So there we go. The first one is header, all right? And header is basically used to contain the content that appears at the top of every page of your website, which includes the logo, tagline, search prompt, and possibly a navigational menu as well. So in most cases, the header element is best positioned as a direct descendant of the body element, just like here, all right? But it's also okay to place it inside the main element that we're going to cover a bit later on. So header includes information mostly about the logo and the navigation items. All right. Now the second thing is the main element. All right. Now the main element, let me just post it a bit here. The main element is the element between the header and the footer element to contain the primary content of your web page. The main element, you have to remember, cannot be before the header or after the footer. It has to be in the middle, and this basically contains the main content of your page. Okay. Now the next element is the nav element. Okay. Now the nav element should be always inside the header element, because that's where your logo and your navigational items are going to be. So make sure that your nav items are inside the header element. Okay, let's just create one more tag, unordered, and inside that let's create a list and a link, and then simply say href should be hashtag, because we don't have any link yet, but just to call up your link, let's say home, and then simply copy this list, paste it, and say about us, then services, all right, and then contact us. This is just a basic layout that I'm trying to give, but let's just save this, okay, and run to see what happens. There we go. So we have the links, all right, in an unordered. So always remember that whenever you're creating links for your navigational items, all right, so make sure that these are always unordered. Okay, so that's how you create a navigational menu. Make sure that it's inside the header, because that's where your top information about the page is available. Now here's the thing, you can also post, or you can also paste, sorry, links in your footer. Okay, and you can simply just copy the same navigational menu and paste it in your footer as well if you want to. Now this is a practice which is done by most of the web developers nowadays, that they post they paste the same navigational menu in their footer as well, just to make their website a little bit more accessible for the users. But the most important point is still to add it at the top inside the header element. Okay, so the next thing, article tag. All right, so I'm just gonna come out of the header element and I'm just gonna move inside the main tag, because that's where our main content is. So inside the main, I'm just gonna enter article. All right, now what article does is, let's say if your website includes blog posts, articles, or any other content that could just as well appear on another website as let's say a syndicated content. So make sure that you wrap that content in an article. Now you can use the article element just about anywhere other than nested within the header or the footer element, because article element in most cases will be a direct descendant of the main element over here, you can see, okay, or of a section element that again is a direct descendant of main element, which we're going to cover later on. So make sure that whenever you're writing a blog post, make sure that you're incorporating or encapsulating that in a main element or inside the main tag. So before we give so much importance to the main element, I just want you to have a look at the div element. Now, before the extension of the grouping elements in HTML5, the most common containers for groups of HTML elements was the div, all right? Because it represented a generic block of content and is designed to be used with the classes and IDs to give structure to documents. Let's say that you want to set the header apart in some way and you want to mark it up like something as this. All right, let me just add here for you something as this with ID of or a class of header. All right, so you could have created a header in HTML5 by just giving a class of header, all right, which actually semantically makes no sense, no matter how well chosen the classes or IDs are, because at the end of the day, it is just a block, all right? So it doesn't matter how you want to use that block, it is still a block. Of course, you can style that block to fit into your requirement, but following the new elements in HTML5, you have the opportunity to enhance elements by using the correct names and also by giving the semantic meaning. So if we just focus on the previous example, all right, so with a header, you are basically able to simplify the markup and important parts of your web page, for example, the navigational menu items. All right, so this basically is adding more semantic meaning to the page. Okay, now just like the div, all right, we have another element that represents a section or a part of a document as well, which is known as the section element itself. Now, the section element is used to represent just a section of a document, and it is different from div, which is the most generic content grouping element, by the way, because div is just there to wrap up some content purely to make it easier for user to style the content or to make it easier for even adding JavaScript to get a hold of it. For example, if you have posted a long form of ebook in HTML format, it would be reasonable to wrap each chapter in a section element. So let's say I want to enter the section element somewhere here, all right? And oops, there we go. And my first section is going to say chapter 1, all right? And then I'm just going to copy, paste, and then chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. If I save it, all right, and run it, then you can see how this is going to be looking. So just consider this as something which is in 4 different sections. All right, now for over here it's line by line, but it is of 4 different sections because we have wrapped this text inside the section element. Similarly, if you want to use the article element, all right, I'm just going to give some space, then you can add one heading. It's just like a blog post. So you can simply say example blog post, all right? And then you can add a heading and then a paragraph. So whatever it is inside between this article tag, it is going to be semantically known as an article that may consist of a blog post or some information, but in the web standards, it is structured and has semantic meaning to it. So if I refresh this, you can see that this is how the article is structured. Now, don't worry about the styling part because the website that I have shown you has CSS involved in it, and it is a rich work of CSS, but this is just the structural part of it, the layout that the browser is reading right now. So moving on, we are going to discover one more element, which is known as the aside element. Now, the aside element is used to mark up related content such as pull quotes, sidebars, and ads. So all the recent posts, on the blog, whatever you see, this type of content it is always stored inside the aside element, and it should be related to the surrounding content. Let's say that this is the surrounding content. This is the article, all right, example blog post. So whatever article I'm going to be posting or have posted will go inside the aside element. So it is going to come after the p tag, which is right here. So when the paragraph ends, it has to be inside the article element, especially if you're trying to give some more information about the current and the existing article. Let's say if I post an aside element over here and post something like lorem ipsum, then I can just use it as an element to write some markup related to my example blog post, all right? But let's say I want to use it as a sidebar, then I can post it outside the article element, all right? But make sure that it is still inside main element, all right? So there we go. Outside the article element, there we go. So it's no different now because we have not applied any CSS here. We're just learning about the structure and the semantics of structuring documents in HTML. Another element that you can use in HTML is the address element, which you can add inside of an article element to provide contact information about the author of that particular article. All right, so let's go back to the code editor. Over here inside the article element, you can simply add address. All right, so you can simply add the address after the paragraph or before writing heading of your blog post, because that's what most of the sites they are doing. So you can paste the information about the author inside this address tag. So let's say that you have some information, Angelina Pitt, all right, and then you're gonna say one more, London, UK, all right, and again you're gonna say H3 social media profile. All right, you can just link it up with something. So this is just a structure. All right, so let's say if you go back to the code editor, all right, so this is how the address element will work when you add it inside your article element. So you can add address element after the starting article tag if you want, but I have typed it here and it looks fine. And at last, after main and the header element, all right, we have the footer element, which comes right before the body ends. All right, so what it contains is just the footer name. That's it. All right, and whatever you want to give information about all rights reserved, all right, 2019 or 20, whatever, save it and want to see. That's what happens. So this is the footer. This is the aside element. This is the information, the address information about the author of the specific example blog post. This is the information of the blog post. This is the sectioning, all right, of different pages, and this is the navigational menu inside the header element. Okay, So if I go back to my code editor, that's how I really want you to understand. I'm just going to remove this div because it's not making any sense here. All right. So that's how I want you to remember. First thing first, the header part, which includes most of the time the navigational items. And then comes the main part, which can contain sections or an article, and that article can contain or should contain the information about the author of that article. All right, and then after the article, inside the main tag, you can add the aside tag or element to view or to display the related post as a sidebar. All right, so this part is a sidebar, and when the main part is, we're done with the main part, then at the last we have footer. All right, so everything should be semantic. So make sure whenever you're creating anything, any web page, make sure that you're semantically fine, okay? Because if you're not covering this basic structure or creating a basic outline of your HTML document, then you might be able to create a fantastic page, but you might not get recognized in terms of search engines, in terms of the devices that are going to read your web page. So make sure that your web pages, they are semantically arranged and are correct. So don't worry about the fancy part yet, all right? Because I know that you're thinking, all right, this looks fine. This looks a bit plain, don't you think? But I just want you to understand the structure first of all, and we're going to be styling, our elements later in the video. So I hope that you have gained the concept of outlining your HTML documents. I'll see you in the next videos. Keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, in this video we're going to learn about CSS. Now CSS is all about presentation because CSS controls the presentation of your HTML. So you might have seen in the previous HTML section that how we create structure in our HTML pages, etc. But this time we are moving ahead just one step, and that is to know CSS. Now CSS is a skill that you absolutely need to master because it's going to create your pages in terms of style, presentation, and of course mobile responsiveness as well. I'm going to show you a hands-on example about how important is CSS to HTML. So I have opened a website which is known as www.website.com, and over here if I just right click and if I click on inspect, then it will open Google Developer Tools for me, Chrome Developer Tools, and then if I click on sources, and this is where the CSS file is stored for this particular website. So if I click underneath and I try to disable everything that this website has, let me just disable this, there we go, disable this, and next if I disable the other style sheet as well, so now if you see, I'm left with nothing. Whatever style was there before, after the absence of CSS file, it is all gone, and now I'm just left with HTML. All right, so that's important. CSS is, it structures your style and add meaning to your content. Now if I just refresh the page, you're gonna see the website is back again, and that's only because there is CSS involved now. So now you have understand the importance of CSS and what it can do to your HTML pages. We're going to be learning more about CSS. I'll see you guys then. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, in this video we're going to be learning about the browser style we have in the browsers that we use. So I have already created one file known as css-browserstyle.html, and you can also create one. You can, of course, you can find the same file in the lectures material. Now, moving on, what is a default browser style and why we are even discussing it and how is it related to CSS? Now, let's say if I type something, all right, if I type some content, this is really cool, and then if I type some paragraph that says lorem ipsum, and then again, if I type some heading H2, say this is absolutely dope. All right. Now if I just run it, you can see that I haven't applied any CSS yet, but still you're going to see that the browser has its own default values for the elements that we have created in our HTML right now. So if I save it and run it to see the results, there we go. We have the content, but if I just inspect the element, all right, and inside my element section, let me just grab it a bit. There we go. So you can see that the default margin has been already set by Google Chrome and whose value is 21.440 pixels. Then there is no border, there is no padding, but again, the margin by the browser itself has been set for our content. So what happens is this particular default browser styling can come into your way when you will style HTML elements yourself in CSS. So what you have to do is you have to either reset all those margin values, the border padding values, or you can try to override the values in your own CSS file, all right? So we're not going to be looking at how you can do that, how you can add a CSS reset file, but this video was just to show you that yes, browsers have their own default margins, padding, and CSS values set to them. You can also see in the computed section, if you click on the computed section, you can see that all the values, all the CSS properties have been set by the browsers, all right? So you can use a CSS reset file, which by the way, we're not going to cover in this video. We're going to cover it later on, which is going to make all these values null. So for you to start your scratch-free or error-free CSS journey, it's better that you use a CSS reset file. So I hope that you have gained the concept how different browsers have different styles inbuilt in them. Of course, Mozilla has own styles for its HTML elements, and Safari has its own styles, of course. So we just looked at the Chrome right now, and it was just for you to understand that even if you don't apply CSS, yet there is going to be a default CSS applied by the browsers that you're using. So I'm going to see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep practicing. Alright, by now we know what is CSS and what are the ways we can connect CSS or add CSS to our HTML pages. Now, the next thing is to understand about the CSS syntax. Now, CSS is basically used to style the HTML pages, but again, there are some rules related to CSS that are actually going to modify your elements. So, first thing first, how you add CSS or how you apply certain style to a certain element is by following a simple rule. All right, so let's say that you have a paragraph, all right, and you have some text in that paragraph, and the next thing that you want to do is that you want to select the element that you want to style. So in this case, paragraph is going to be the selector. So let's say I'm going to select this paragraph. So P is the selector that I want to style. So I'm going to the style sheet, which is connected to my CSS HTML file, sorry. All right, so this is a CSS file, and over here, I'm just going to paste my selector, which is P, and then I'm going to start a block by starting the brackets, curly brackets. And then let's say I want to change the color of this paragraph. Now the default color is of course it's black, right? But let's say that I want to change the color of my paragraph. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a property, all right? So this is my declaration. I'm going to declare a property, and then after writing the property name, let's say I want to change the color, I'm going to write the value of what value I want to give to that certain property. So to the property of color, I want to give blue color, and then after that I want to add a semicolon. Okay, so by this you can separate one or more declarations. let's say if you're not adding the semicolon, then you won't be able to add the other declaration. Let's say that fine, this is one declaration, all right, with the property color and its value as blue. Then after adding the semicolon, you press enter, and over here, let's say you want to add the font size. All right, you want to change the font size to, let's say, 16 pixels. All right, and then semicolon. Okay, so what I have done is that I have separated the color declaration and the font size declaration by a semicolon. All right, so this is how you add CSS. First of all, you'll add the selector, and then you will create a block, all right, with starting with the curly braces, and then, or brackets, and then you will add the CSS property name and then its value, and then you'll separate it by a semicolon. All right, and after that you are going to declare, if you want to, you can declare another declaration, and then you can do the same thing, property, then colon, and then the value of that property, whatever you want to give, and then semicolon. So that's how the CSS rule is set to add style to your HTML pages. Now, I want to add one more thing. Let's just refresh. Let's just save it and refresh our page and see what happens in the result area. There we go. So that's our result. Let's just increase the font a little bit. Let's make it 32 pixels instead of 16 pixels, and then see the result. There we go. So we have a bigger font this time, and that's because we made changes to the CSS file. Now, let's just go back to the code editor, and I want to add one more thing here. Let's say that you want to select a particular ID in order to style that. All right, so let's say your paragraph has an ID, all right? And let's say the paragraph has an ID of para 1, all right? So this is the ID that your paragraph is carrying, because sometimes maybe you don't want to style paragraph, all right? Because if you just style the P tag, then it's going to apply to all the paragraphs. Sometimes you just want a particular paragraph to have a particular style. So in that case, you're either going to select the ID selector or the class selector. So first of all, in terms of the ID selector, what you're going to do is you are going to use the ID name of that specific element which you want to style. So, and then you just copy this, all right? And then you will write hash and then copy the ID name, which is para1. Now always remember that the ID of an element should be unique within a page, so the ID selector is used to select one unique element, and then the procedure will be the same. All right, so let's just remove this, okay, and change the color as red this time. All right, and oops, and the font size should be, let's say, 28 pixels. Okay, now if I look at the result, the results are same, but this time I'm using the ID in order to modify my element. Now always remember that whenever you're writing or giving a name to ID, that ID should not start with a number. All right, it can include a number later on, but it has to start with alphabet better. Now similar to the ID selector, you can select classes as well for styling your elements. Okay, so let's say that you have a class, all right, which says center. All right, and what this class is going to do is, I'm going to tell you in a while. Just save it first of all and go to the style sheet, and over here, when you're trying to modify or style your class elements, all right, then what you want to do is you will add a dot, okay, and then write the name of the class. Just like for the ID, we use the hashtags. For the class, we need to use the dot, all right, and then followed by the name of the class. Now, after writing the name of the class, I'm going to start the curly brackets. I'm aligning the text as center. If I save it, then you will notice that my paragraph will be centered now. There we go. So now you can see that the text is aligned in center. So why did that happen? Because I used the class selector this time, which was named as center. Now, to select elements with a specific class is also possible in CSS. And the best use of using classes in CSS is, let's say you want to add the same class to other HTML elements. Well, you can do that because HTML elements can also refer to more than one class. So your P tag could also include the center class. Your H1 heading could also include the center class. You can use classes more than one time. And always remember that a class name will also not start with a number. Now, the next interesting thing that I want to show you is you can also group selectors, all right? You can group elements that are going to have the same style definitions. For example, if I go back to the code editor, all right? So let's say that, first of all, let me just, create some real heading. Okay, so over here, I'm just going to create some heading and say this is cool. And then H2 heading, I'm just going to copy this. This is cool. Paste it here. Then paste it here again. All right, so let's say that you want to give same properties and same values to 3 elements, H1, H2, and H3. So you're going to go to the style sheet, and what you're going to do now is that you're just going to say H1, comma, all right? We're just grouping the likewise elements because they are going to have the same properties, H1, H2, and H3, and then separated by commas, then start the curly brackets, and then give the font size or give the font style to be italic. All right, and then text align should be right. Okay, so after doing that, what you're basically doing is you're just grouping the elements that are going to have the same style definitions. So instead of, let's say, if you have to style the paragraph as well with the same style definition, then you can add a paragraph here as well. All right, it's up to you. But let's just save this and see what happens now. There we go. So now, as you know, that we have text aligned on the right because that's what we asked the CSS to do for us. Also, the font is italic. So that's the beauty of CSS. You can group elements together in order to style them if they are carrying the same style definitions. That is going to save a ton of time and energy. And lastly, I'm going to explain you how to add CSS comments. So just like the HTML comments, CSS also has comments. And because we really need the users to understand the code, because let's say that when they edit the source code at a later stage or a later time, they must understand what the code is all about. So comments are basically, they're ignored by browsers, and that's because they have a certain syntax that is involved in writing them. So a CSS comment, let's say if we go back to my code editor, the CSS comment starts with backslash and then a star key. Now let's say I want to add this is a style sheet. All right. Now to end that comment separate from the rest of the sheet is by adding the star at the end and then backslash. All right. So this is how you write a comment. Now the browser is not going to read the comment because we have a backslash and star, and this is a syntax for writing comments. So make sure that you're putting backslash and star and backslash after finishing your comment. So that's how you write comments. All right, you can write anything. This is a style sheet for blah 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 purpose. All right, you can save it, and then if you go to the browser, you can see that nothing is there because comments, they are basically ignored by the browser, and they're just there for the web developers to understand the code if they want to edit at a later stage. So hope you have learned everything about the CSS syntax, how elements work, all right, how the ID selector works, how the class selector works, how we can group elements together, likewise elements together with same style definitions, and then finally how comments they are created in CSS. So I'm going to see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, in this video I'm going to tell you how you can practice with the selectors in advance. So this is kind of a little bit of exercise video where we'll be selecting some selectors and then applying CSS styles to them. So in order to do that, let's just create the structure of HTML first so that we can go to the style.css file. And over here, just gonna type we have the body, and now it's time to type the header. All right, and inside the header, I'm going to create some tags. This is the main web page. And then after the header, as the structure goes, we're going to be adding main. And inside main, I'm going to be creating two sections with, this is a sub heading. All right, and then I'm going to create a paragraph. There we go. And I'm just going to copy this section, all right, and paste it one more time. So we have two sections now. And then lastly, I'm going to add a footer, all right. So we have a we have a header and then we have a footer. And inside the footer with H6 heading, I'm going to be writing this is a footer. All right, so now we have a wonderful structure. All right, and I just want to run it. I just want to save it first of all and then run it in the browser and see what happens. Great. All right, so the result looks like this. All right, now it's time to select our selectors, all right, and just style them a little bit. So going back to the code editor, over here I have one thing that is carrying everything inside it, and that is the body tag. All right, so it's starting from here and it's ending here. So that means everything inside the body tag is actually the descendant of the body tag. So if I make some changes to the body tag as my selector, then ultimately it's going to affect the descendants of it as well. So going to my style.css file, I'm going to select body as my tag, and then following the format of adding CSS, I'm just going to say I want a color of my body to be blue. All right, and then simply save it. And let me just check one thing. Oops, I haven't linked the CSS file, so there we go. Link and style sheet, and then href style.css. There we go. All right, so my style sheet is linked right now. So if I go back to my result, then everything is blue, okay? And that's because I have added the blue colors to the body tag, which is my selector. All right, so what happened here is everything which was inside the body tag, it has gone blue. That's because these tags are the descendants of the body tag. All right, so let's say that I want to make H1 brown. All right, but I just select the header instead. All right, so because H1 is the descendant of the header tag, since it's inside the header tag, then it can turn blue. The H1 can turn blue, and I'm going to show you how. All right, so if I just go here and say header color brown, all right, if I save it and then run it, you're going to see that yes, before everything was blue, but now since I have specifically added header as my selector and whatever is inside the header, it has turned brown. All right, so you can do multiple things and play around with the selectors in the style sheet. Now let's say that you want to give these subheadings, all right, only the H2 headings, a color of orange. So I'm going to go back to my code editor and actually see, okay, so my section is having H2 heading. All right, I have two sections and both of them have H2 headings, but they also have a paragraph. So let's say that if I select section, all right, and try to turn the color of selection into orange, then it is going to affect the whole elements, whatever they are inside these section elements, turn orange. But because I need the H2, just the H2 to turn orange, then I'm going to select just H2. So copying H2, going back to the code, style sheet, sorry, and I say color should be, there we go. All right, so save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So now whatever was there in H2, okay, it has turned orange. And that's because I've specifically selected H2 to turn orange. Now, you can also change the font style if you like. So let's say that, I'm gonna go back to my code editor. Let's say that you want the header font size to be, let's say, 42 pixels, and you want the text alignment to be at the center, and also you want the font style to be italic, or no, the font family. In this case, the font family to be monospace. All right, if I save it and then run it to see, all right, this is how my web page looks like right now. All right, so let's say that you want to change the font family of the whole page, then you can do that by simply taking this property, copying it, and pasting it inside the body tag. So just remove it from here, and now you'll see everything, every font style, every font family will be set to monospace font style. All right, so copying this, there we go. All right, so far so good. Things look a little bit styled now, all right? And that's because we are testing extensively and practicing selectors in advance. Now, I just want to make the heading a bit catchy. I don't want this as a main page. I would say this blog. All right, I'm just going to write blog. Oops. Blog, that's it. And then, there we go. So blog, and then now we have a subheading. This is a subheading, this is a subheading, and as you can see that I have a footer as well, but I haven't added anything to my footer selector, and that's because I didn't select it. All right, so I just want you to understand that yes, you can select the elements directly and you can make them as your selectors and then make changes to them by doing something like this. All right, but you can also add, as we have earlier discovered, that you can add IDs and classes to your elements as well, and you can change their styles from CSS. So let's say that you want H2 to have a specific class, all right, but then if, let's say that if you have a mood to use H2 again, but this time you don't want the H2 to have the same orange color, then it will be very difficult for you. So what happens here is that you can give it a class. All right, so let's say that you're giving class of orange. All right, so whatever orange stuff you want to make, all right, let's say you want a paragraph to be orange, so then you can simply just copy this orange class and then make that thing orange. So I'm just going to copy this, all right, and paste it here, all right, and oops, save it, all right, and go back to my style.css file. And as you know, whenever you're writing classes or styling classes in CSS, then you have to start with a dot. So after the dot, the class name, which is orange, all right, and then simply save it and see the result now. Well, nothing has changed, the result is same, but this time we have used a class, all right? So let's say that you want to add a separate paragraph outside the section, all right? So I'm gonna go to the code editor, and then let's say that you want to create a paragraph after the section, all right? And you want to make it orange. So what I'm going to do is you're going to give it the same class of orange, all right? And as you can see, I haven't even touched the CSS file, but what happens now is that the paragraph will automatically turn orange, and that's because I've added the orange class to it. So we can use the class selector to target a specific element if we like. And also, let's say that you want to use ID, all right, by the way, which you should always use once. So let's say that I'm going to use an ID for footer, because footer is always used once in a web page. All right, so I'm going to go back to the code editor, and over here, I'm going to give it an ID of foot1. All right, and save it. And now this foot1, whatever is inside this foot1, all right, it should be, oops, let me just, all right, it should be in center, all right, and in italics. So remember, whenever we start an ID in CSS, or we style a ID in CSS, then we always start with a hashtag. So hashtag, and then the name of the ID, and then simply text align to be center. All right, and text font style should be style should be italic. All right, save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So now our footer is in the center and it's italic as well. Let me just zoom in a little bit. There we go. So we have the footer now and it's in italic. Now we're going to be learning step by step about some other styles, but this is just to show you how you can play around with the selectors. All right, so this was a video exercise for you to warm up a little bit and try to experiment on your own about what selectors can be used for. I'm going to see you in the next video. Till then, keep practicing and of course, keep learning. Alright, in this video, we're going to be learning about how to use colors other than the keywords, alright? So what we did previously was, let's just go to the style sheet, which we had from our previous video. Alright, so what we did here was we were just using or giving color names by their actual names. That was a keyword, alright? But there is more than one way to declare a color. And how we can do that? We can do that by adding hex and RGB values to our color combinations. And that is actually very important to know, because let's just see that, sometimes we just run out of the keywords, all right? So in the blue combination, we only have a bunch of blue colors. But other than that, let's say if we want to choose some other shade of blue, then we don't have a lot of options. We only have limited options, which are here. And these are about, I think, 20 options. So when I need more options as a web developer to bring more innovation to my style, then it becomes very important to choose a color code, which is also known as the hex code in CSS, which is followed by 6 characters starting from 0 to 9 and A to F. So for example, if I want the color of the body to be black, then the hex code for the color black is hashtag 000000. All right, so this is 6-digit code. All right, and don't forget to put the hashtag in the beginning before entering the 6-digit hex code. So this is also a way of adding color to your body or adding color to your style sheets. That's it in journal. Okay, now let's say that I don't want the body color to be exactly black. I just want it to be a little bit mild darker. All right, I don't want it to be absolutely black. So in that case, I will choose the color as 333333, all right, which is a grayish, dark grayish color. All right, I'm gonna save this and run it to see the result. Okay, so the body color is 3333, which is darkish gray. You can't see the difference because it's really dark. I mean, the color code 333 is actually dark. So let's just make it a little bit light, all right, and gray. So we're going to be inspecting the element, all right, and over here you can see that the color is 333, all right, and now I'm just gonna select my color code 0F 0F0F, which is slightly lighter than the dark color. All right, and now let's just see the RGB value as well, which is the red, green, blue value. It starts from 0 to 25, 255. All right, so let's say this value is 0, this value is also 0, and this value is, let's say it's 255, which is the last limit. All right, so that means that the blue has a maximum value, so the result is going to be blue. You can copy the RGB value in your CSS by simply saying RGB and then the brackets and then the value 000. So this particular color combination is going to give me the result as black, jet black. There we go. So you can add color combinations using hex code, using RGBs, and using keywords, but the best method is still the hex code. So I'm just going to inspect the element and make this a little bit light gray, which I didn't do previously. So I'm just going to click here and just change it back to my hex value. And from here, you can see this little bit, the little color picker. So I'm just going to make it go a little upstairs, and now you can see that the color is almost gray. Now let's just make it more light gray. So I'm just going to copy this code, since this is the code of this particular color in the circle. So I'm going to copy A09E9E and copy this and paste it over here, followed by the hash key. All right, save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So now we have a very interesting and fine looking light gray color, and it's looking nice as well. So it goes with the orange color. Now you can pick your own hex code from different websites, and I'm going to show you how you can do that. Now there are plenty of websites to do that. One is the coolors.co. All right, and let's just refresh it. coolors.co/app. All right, and it's basically these type of sites, they allow you to generate your own hex code. So for example, this is showing a color combination that you can use in your site that you want to build. So, and this is the particular code for hex code for a specific color. So if you, let's say that if you don't like a particular color combination, then you can just simply press space, all right, space, and then the color code changes. All right, so let's say that I don't like the pistachio option, so I'm just going to change it. And yeah, this is great. This is absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste this, sorry, copy this first. All right, and paste it in our current color combination. So it doesn't matter whether it's the letters are capital or small, as long as they're hex code, it's absolutely fine. So I'm just going to see the result now. There we go. So now the web page has been changed. The body color has been changed to darkish blue. All right. So that's because we changed the hex code. All right, which is very dark. So you can play around with the hex code using websites like cooler.co/app, and of course it's possible to do that. All right, and also it's very easy for changing the color combinations as well. You just have to press the spacebar key, and then you simply have to copy the hex code and then simply paste it in your style sheet. Now the next website, the similar website for beautiful color palettes, is the Color Hunt. All right, where you can get actual color combinations for setting up your websites. All right, so there's are a lot of interesting color palettes which you should use, but maybe on a later stage when you're absolutely familiar with CSS and how it can enhance your site's beauty. And I'm just showing you how you can use different websites so that you can bookmark them on your journey to become a full stack developer. Now, the next website that I'm going to show you is Color Palette Ideas. All right, so this is something that is kind of not so directly involved with adding colors to the web site. All right, but this is just an effort to actually
take out some colors from the existing pictures that we see on social media on day-to-day basis. So people, I mean, the people who are behind this site, they are creating color codes out of the pictures that are being posted on the social medias. So if you want to take inspiration, or if you're crazy enough to experiment on such creative level, then you can choose this website, and you can bookmark this website for using color palettes for your website. So these are a bunch of websites, color palettes to start with for adding color combinations. Hope you have gained the concept of generating colors and using them in more than one form. You can use them by adding colors as a keyword. You can use colors by adding as a hex code. And also you can use colors by adding an RGB value, which is kind of not a very practical way, because it's very difficult to remember the RGB values. Hex code is something that you can get easily on the websites like these, colors.co, and you can just go for the color combination, simply paste it on your style sheet. All right, so I'm going to see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning, and of course, keep practicing. Alright, in this video we are going to learn about typography in CSS. Now, typography is something that is related to your font which you use in your web pages. So in order to be good at typography and understanding the font properties, such as the font family properties, font sizes, and how to style the fonts, we use typography for that. All right, so there are a lot of properties, by the way, which are involved in typography, and we are going to see that step by step. So right now, if you can see, if I go back to my style sheet, you can see that I don't have any font property, or sorry, font family right now, and I have just basically relied on Google Chrome browser to set a font family automatically. All right, so let's say if I go here, you can see that the current font is somehow, it looks like Times New Roman. We're going to be finding out by inspecting the elements. All right, so we're here. If you click on Computed, once the Elements tab opens, just click on Computed next to Styles. And over here, just go to Font Family. There we go, font family. Yes, it is Times New Roman. All right, so these are the built-in computed values which are there, present there already in the Google Chrome browser. All right, so what if I want to set my own font family? All right, so where I should go and how to add fonts to my CSS. Now, there are two ways to add fonts to your web pages. One is that you download a font traditionally, just like you do in your Mac or Windows, and install them in the font directories, etc. And then you can fetch them in your CSS files, and also maybe in the folder somewhere which contains your CSS. But that's an old way of doing that, and that's why I'm not going to discuss it more. I have a new way of actually adding fonts to your web pages, and it's absolutely going to work fine. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to link the font to my HTML page, just like I have linked the style sheet in my HTML page, so I can link the font file as well. Now, we can find a lot of fonts online, and we can just simply copy the font links from the web. And in order to run those fonts on our content page, we just need to have an internet connection. All right, so if you're watching this video, then probably you definitely have an internet connection. So that's, I think, 99.99% people on planet Earth have internet connection. That should not be a problem while running your pages. All right, so what happens is, let's just go to the browser. I have opened Google Fonts. All right, the URL says fonts.google.com. If you go there, you can find about 858 font families, and you can select any one you like. For example, I want the Roboto font family. So in order to select this font, I'm just going to click on this button, Add. All right, now it says that the family is selected. If I click on the family selected text, It's going to show me all the details, and also the link that I was talking about, it is right here. So I just need to copy this link in order to add Roboto font, and then I just have to specify the font family in my CSS, all right, by copying this bunch of line. Okay, so I want to do one more thing here. I just want to click on customize before embedding it and select everything that is given. All right, now I'm going to tell you what are these. These are font weights, all right, and it's always great to select all of them just in case, when we will explore the font property later in this video, we need to be sure that all these font weights are already present in the link that we are going to copy. So over here you can see that all the weights are present, and now in order to add the font, we just need to copy this link and paste it in your HTML head section. All right, so before doing that, I'm just gonna write a comment and says Google font Roboto. All right, there we go. So that's my comment, and there we go. So Google font Roboto has been added. Now in order to specify this font, I just need to copy this line, all right, and paste it in my CSS right here. Okay, so if I save it, says font family colon Roboto comma sans serif. All right, it has defined everything that is related to the particular font Roboto. Okay, so if I save it and then run, let me just minimize this, refresh, there we go. So you can see that now my font has been set to Roboto and it has been shifted from Times New Roman. Okay, now let me just reset the zoom in option. There we go. Okay, so this is how my current web page looks like. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so far so good. All right, now the next thing that we should explore is the font size. All right, font size plays a very important role in typography as it decides how big or small your font size should be. So let's go back to the code editor. Now in CSS, all right, the font sizes, they can be measured in more than one units. Now the standard unit and the most widely used unit is pixel, all right, and that's because naturally the screen is made up of pixel units, all right. All the dimensions that you see, they're made up of pixel points. So that's why font sizes are also mostly represented in pixels. Now in order to do that, I just need to write the property font size, and then I can say, all right, I need 16 pixels, all right, as a standard size for the body. So if I save it and run it to see, then it should look like this. All right, yep, there we go. So it should look like this. All right, I think it's saved. Okay, yeah, so the font size is in pixels right now. All right, now the other better way is to represent your font size in another unit, which is known as EM. Now EM is a unit which is widely used by all the developers around the world since after HTML5 and CSS3 took over. And the reason is because EM is a scalable unit. That means that it's automatically going to set itself according to the screen size. And because it is set to be a very mobile friendly unit, that's why a lot of web developers around the world, they do not use pixels anymore. And that's why you can see that I've added EM already as my header's font size. All right, now there's another unit which is known as REM, which is quite near to EM, but we are not going to cover that because since EM and REM are almost quite similar in nature, so we're just going to be differentiating between using pixels or using EM. All right, now the only difference between pixel and EM is that pixels, pixels is not a scalable unit, all right? It's just a dot on a screen, and it's not going to scale itself, when the screen goes mobile friendly, all right? Where on the other hand, EM is a unit which is scalable, and it will automatically adjust itself if the content encounters itself on a mobile screen. All right, that's the only difference between these two units. So for this project, I think it's better that we use EM instead of pixels, all right? Since we've already used EM for our header. So let's say 16. All right, let me just write a comment here first. 16. 1 EM is equals to 16 pixels, all right? You have to always remember that the size of 1 EM is equals to 16 pixels. Okay, so if I can write 1 EM here, that means it's 16 pixels, all right? So I'm just gonna refresh. There we go. Okay, so there's no change, and that's because EM is equals to 16 pixels. Okay, so if I go to my code editor and type 1.5 EM, which is going to be equivalent to I think 24 pixels, etc. So if I refresh it now, you can see that my content has become bigger. All right, the text has become bigger. Okay, so a lot of things can happen if you change the numbers or even put some point values like values after the decimal, etc. Moving on, we have another property in terms of typography, and that is the font style property. All right, now what font style does is that it decides how our text is going to look like, whether it's going to be italic, normal, or oblique. Now, by default, our text is normal, and it is better to keep it normal, especially in the body section. So, since we just wanted to show an example, it's better, we just keep it normal. Let's say that you want to make the heading italic, so maybe you can just introduce this property here and say font style is equals to italic. All right, so if you just save it and run it now, then you can see that the block part has gone italic and the rest of the text is all normal. Okay, so far so good. Now moving on, we have another property to discover, and that is the font weight property. Okay, so font weight basically decides how thick your text is going to be. Okay, so yes, we have the font size, which we have set to 1.5 EM for the body, but we need font weight, especially when we want to emphasize some heading or make our text look thick. All right, so that's where our font weight comes into play. All right, let's say I have chosen 700 as my font weight, and if I save it, if I save it and then run it to see the results, there we go. So my body now is having the thickness or the font weight of about 700. Now font weight doesn't have any unit, so you have to be sure that you're writing just a number, okay? And it has to be a multiple of 100. So in this case, the font weight is 700. Let's say you want your font to be thin, all right? So you can just write 100 and save it and then see what happens. There we go. Now our font has become thin, okay? It's thinner than the normal text that we saw, okay? So that's how the font weight property works. Now the next property that we're going to discover is going to be the line height. Now line height doesn't start with the word font, but it's still related to the font properties, okay? So line height basically decides how much height you must have between the lines that are there between your paragraphs and your headings, etc. So line height, you can either choose inherit or normal, etc. But let's say you want to specify the line height. Let's say you want to give a value of 2 EM, all right, which is equals to 32 pixels. Okay, so 2 EM. Now you can see that if I refresh the page, there we go. Now I have more space between the lines, all right? And that's because I have added this feature called line height, all right? Now, next thing is going to be the text decoration, all right? Now, text decoration is a very important property, and it's very much related to typography, and it decides how your text should be decorated. Like, let's say it has to be a line through, an overline, or an underline. So you're going to be looking at them one by one. Save it and then refresh and see what happens. All right, So line through is not our cup of tea, so we are going to change that. We're going to write something like overline. Yeah, let's see what happens. Refresh. There we go. So now our line is a bit overline, but still it's not like, it's not looking good. It's not a very fancy option. So let's say we want to underline. All right. So we mostly use this value underline when we use the property text decoration, because um, sometimes we want to emphasize on a particular word or particular paragraph, and that's why we need to underline it. All right. So if you refresh the page, you can see that yeah, we we can use this feature as much as we want, especially when we have information that needs to be emphasized or is critically important. So you can use this property text decoration whenever you want to underline something that's extremely important. Okay, the next um, property is the text transform property. Okay, now text transform property basically is a shortcut of making your text go lowercase or uppercase. All right, and it's especially, let's say that you might have some headings where you want to emphasize so much that you want your headings to be in uppercase, and let's say that in your code you have typed in lowercase, and you want to change that in CSS, then you can simply select this property and select this uppercase value, semicolon, save it, and then run it to see what happens. Everything will go, in capital letters. Okay, so you have to always worry about these two values, which is the uppercase and the lowercase. All right, so if I save it and then run it, now you can see if I have entered lowercase, so everything will go in lowercase now, including this heading as well. All right, so okay, so now you have one more option that is extremely important as well, if you want to use. Okay, so if rather than using lowercase or uppercase, you can use the capitalize as well. Now capitalize, what it does, it just capitalizes the first word, the first letter of every word. Okay, so if you save it and then if you run it, then it will look like this somehow. All right, every letter of the first of every word is in capital. So you can use this option as well, since it's a lucrative option, so you can use for your text as well. All right, but mostly web developers, they work with the lowercase or uppercase values. All right, so far so good. Hope you have gained the concept of adding typography in your web pages. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and, of course, keep practicing. All right, so as we know that we have two kinds of HTML elements: block level elements and inline level elements. Now, each has a set of their own default behaviors, which define how these elements are displayed on a web page. Now, block level elements are by default the same height as the content contained, all right, like between the tags, etc. But they do take up the space or width of its container. All right, even if the content is, let's say, smaller, still in whatever container it is contained, it is going to take the full width, even if the content itself is not taking up space. And this is why, probably the reason why, block elements, they always start on a new line and they act like they are stacked on one another. All right, you will never see block level elements starting on a single line, all right, or on the same line. So they will always start on a new line. For example, if I write something like a paragraph, all right, and by the way, I'm going to create two paragraphs, all right, and if I save it and then run it to see, there we go. So I have added two paragraphs, and paragraphs, by the way, is a block level element. I can see that the second paragraph has started from a new line. All right, so there was space, but the space wasn't utilized because we are dealing with block level elements which have to start always on a new line. All right, that's why they're called block level elements. Now in inline elements, the case is completely opposite. inline elements, they take up the height and width of the content. So if you see that width has been wasted here, the height has been utilized in block level elements, but when we're using inline elements, that are going to take height and width of whatever content is created. And next, if you write another inline element, then it is not going to start on a new line. In fact, it's going to start on the same line. All right. For example, if I write something like span tag, which is an inline element, all right, and I write this is inline stuff, all right, and if I write a link, hashtag, there we go, and say link 1, and copy this one more time, paste it, and call it link 2. If I save it and run it, you're gonna see now, since all of them, these two tags or elements, they are inline elements, and you're gonna see that they won't be able, they're not be starting on a new line. In fact, they will be on a same line. So if I refresh, there we go. So this is inline stuff. And since inline elements, they take the height and width of the content, therefore you can see that all the inline elements, they are stacked next to each other. Now, here's an interesting thing to know, that you can nest inline elements inside block level elements, okay? But you cannot wrap or nest block level elements inside inline elements. All right. Now, inline elements can only nest other inline elements, except there's just one exception, the a tag in HTML5. Other than that, you cannot nest any other block level element inside an inline element. Okay, so for example, let's say that I have something like a link, all right, and let's just take this link as an example. All right, now inside this link, I'm going to create one more tag known as the block level element h1, and say this is a superb heading. Or now you can see that this is on a new line. All right, let me just check if it works with h6, since h6 is a smaller unit. All right, but you can see that h1 or h6, they are acting as a link. All right, and that's probably the reason why they have let it inside um, the inline element. They've let the block element live inside an inline element. Now, the best way to recognize what is a block level elements or what is an inline elements, it's always a good practice to use a background color. All right, so how can we do that? Is simply by going back to the code editor and actually selecting the p tag, go to the style.css and select the p and give it a background of blue. And after that, we have span tag. They should have a background of yellow. All right, p tag, we had h1 and h6 as well. Save it and then run it to see the results. There we go. So now we can see that this is quite distinguished, that what is a block level element and what is an inline element. All right, I'm just going to remove this just for the sake of erasing confusion. Just going to remove this extra h6 that I've added inside the link. So I'm just going to remove this h6 and keep my anchor tags together, and also maybe change the color to orange. Save it and then run it. All right, so now you can see that my paragraph is taking full width, all right, and my inline elements, they are just taking the height and width of the content. Now that's the only difference between block and inline element. Now I want you to focus on one property in CSS that is known as the display property. Okay, so you can make your block level elements look like inline elements, all right, and you can make your inline elements look like block level elements. So how you can do that is by using the display property. So for example, this is the these are the block level elements. All right, so you can use a property which is known as display property. Okay, so what you can do is, since these are already block level elements, what you can do is that you can simply choose inline for them, refresh and see what happens. There we go. So now all my block level elements have become inline elements, all right? And they are utilizing the height and width of the content, okay? And I can do the same with my inline elements. I can make them look like block level elements. So it's gonna go and copy this whole property and its value, paste it, and over here I'm just going to write block. Okay, so save it and run it. Now you can see that my inline elements, they are looking like block level elements, but you can see that there is no space between them, and that's because by default width and height have no effect on inline elements. Okay, now let's try out one other value in using the same display property. Let's say that we change this block to our using our inline elements. So let's say we change it to uh, something like something like inline block. All right, and if we just save it and then run it, then you can see that now the elements, they are in blocks, but at the same time they are inline side by side as well, the way inline elements do. But it also takes the height and width values the way block level elements do. All right, so now we have two properties for our inline elements. Okay, they are acting both inline and block level elements. The same we can do for our block level elements. We can give them the display property of inline block. All right, so we're just gonna add a hyphen and then say block, save it, and then run it to see. There we go. So now we have inline block, and let me just remove the text a little bit because I just need to show that. All right, I think now it's fine. There we go. So now you can see that now the text is fine, and even now our block level elements, they're acting as both inline and block level elements. So this is quite possible to transform your block level elements into inline or both block and inline, and it's possible to change inline into block level elements or both inline and block. All right, so there's no need to confuse. You can watch this video again and again to gain the concept and try as much as you can to learn. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce one last property before I sign off. That property is known as the none property. Let's say you don't want to display any kind of block or inline element, so you're going to select none property. All right, so if you select that, all right, then you can see all the block level elements are gone. Okay, and that's because we selected the display none property for our block level elements. Okay, so basically this is there just to suggest to you that you can use this property when you want to hide some element that you really don't want the users to see. So you can simply type this property display colon none. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep practicing and of course keep learning. Alright, in this video we are going to learn about the box model in CSS. Now, every element in HTML is contained inside a box. And if you don't believe that, or if you haven't seen it before, then let me show you how every element is arranged inside a box. Okay, so right here I have made a new file which says box model in CSS and remove the previous style sheet. So that we can add some new styles. All right, so I'm just going to create a heading, which h1 tag that says box model. All right, and underneath that, I am going to create a paragraph. All right, that says some lorem ipsum random text, and save it. All right, now I just want to run it in the browser and see what happens. Okay, so now you can see that there is a simple text box model and having some lorem ipsum generated text. All right, but every element h1 is inside a box and the paragraph is also inside a box. Now, how do we find out that whether it's inside the box or not? Well, we are going to give a border. All right, so what are we going to do is we are going to pick h1 and p, and we are going to give it a property of border. That's it. And then decide 1 pixels. Then we want that border to be solid. Okay. And then after writing solid, we are going to write the color, which is going to be black, since we want our border to be visible. All right. So if I save it and then run it to see, there we go. So now you can see that everything is in a box. Now, since we have given it a border, now you can see that every element in HTML comes with a border. So if I, oh, sorry, it comes with a box, all right? So if I generate some more paragraphs, all right, then you can notice that all of them will be, let me copy this once more. All right, twice maybe. That's fine. Save it and then run it to see. There we go. So now you can see that since I have given it a border, it says, okay, fine, this is a box. And indeed, every element in HTML is contained in a box. Now, that's what we need to learn, the box model and how it works. Now, the box, whatever HTML element is there, the box model is not just limited to the border. It has some other major things involved to it as well. And what are those things? Well, this is going to be critically important for you to understand. That's why I've opened one picture that says, okay, now you need to focus, all right? Now, this is the content, all right? So in our case, if you see that, all right, this is the content, okay? And if this is the content, and if this is the border, which is exactly after the padding. Now, after even after the content, there comes a part that is responsible for giving spacing inside content, all right, and that is known as padding. Now, after the padding comes border. Now, since our padding is set to 0, that's why you can't see any space between the border and the content, all right? Now you can only see the border, and after the border we have external spacing, which is known as margin, all right, which handles the external height and width spacing of the content, all right? Now I'm going to show you what exactly I mean, all right? You just have to think of these all the elements together as one rectangular box which has some layers, all right? So content is not enough. We have padding, which is internal and is used to adjust the space inside of the element, all right? And now let me show you a example. Let's go back to the CSS file, all right? Now we know that the border is set to 1 pixel. Fine, great. Now let's just add padding, all right? Padding, and let's add padding. If you're going to add the padding to all 4 sides, these are the 4 sides, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all right? Now, if you want to apply padding to all the 4 sides, then you're going to simply write padding, colon, and then the value, whatever padding you want to apply. So in this case, let's say 2 pixels, all right? And since we want the spacing to be accurate, so I think it's better to use 2 pixel, the pixel unit, because pixel unit is exactly accurate. So I'm just going to save it and then run it. Now you can see that the padding has been applied to to the element inside, all right? And let's just run it to see what happens. There we go. So now you can see that there has been some padding, all right, being done, which is 2 pixels. Let's just make it a little bit more so that you can see the visible difference. Let's make it 10 pixels. Save it and then run it. There we go. So now you can see that the internal spacing has gone a bit more, all right? And then, you can see that the internal spaces has been equal in proportion. This side, the height and the width, they are 10 pixels apart inside the element. All right, now to check it, we're going to inspect this particular paragraph, and over here you can see that Google has a box. All right, Google has a box that tells what kind of padding, how much padding has been applied, whether there's a border or not, and whether there's a margin or not. Now, this is our content right here. All right, this is the height and width of the content given, just the content. And after that comes the padding, which is responsible to adjust the space inside the element. All right, you can see that all four sides are having 10, 10, 10 values. Let's say that you want to give separate values to the top and the bottom, the right and left, then you can do that by simply adding padding top. Well, you want it to be 20 pixels. All right, padding bottom, you want it to be 30 pixels. All right, padding right, well, you want to be 50 pixels. And then padding left, you want it to be 100 pixels. All right, now if you see now the result, and if you just refresh it, there we go. So now you can see that the box model has all four different dimensions in terms of its padding, and it's shown here. All right, you can always check what how much padding has been applied to top, bottom, right, and left. So it's showing 20 pixel top, all right, and 30 pixel bottom, and padding right is 50 pixels, and padding left is 100 pixels. So mostly we keep the padding values same, all right, for all the four sides. So I'm just going to go and switch back to 20 pixels. All right. Yeah, refresh. There we go. So now we have 20 pixels value on all four sides. And the border is not used for spacing. It's rather used to color your content. But you can still adjust the thickness of your border, all right, and you can change the color of your border as well. So in this case, I chose black, and if I go back to my code editor, if I change it to 10 pixels as border and change the color to, let's say, orange, all right, save it and then run it. There we go. So now you can see that the border is 10 pixels. All right. And the answer to that is right here. All right. The border is 10 pixels and 10 pixels on all the sides. All right. Now, similarly to the padding, you can select border on each side, and you can select, let's say that you just want the border to be at the top and bottom and not on the right and left. So what I'm going to do is that you're going to select border top, all right, and similarly copy this and paste it, and then simply choose bottom. All right, there we go. Save it. Now you can see that only the border has been applied to top and bottom. So if I refresh it, there we go. Now you can see that there is no border on right or left. Okay, so similarly you can remove the top and the bottom as well. Now you get the idea. All right, the point was just to make sure that you get the idea. Now the next thing, which is very important, is the margin. Okay, now just like the padding, margin adjusts the space around or outside of an element. Okay, so just like the padding, which has been done, or the space has been adjusted inside, margin adjusts the space outside the element. All right, so what happens is when we choose margin, let me just make it normal. All right, let me make it normal, and let me make it 5 pixels. There we go. And now let me add margin. All right, so when you add margin, let's say that you want the margin to be 20 pixels. Okay, if you go back to the code editor, now you can see that we have moved a little bit from top, from bottom, and from right and left 10 pixels apart externally. All right, so that's done because we have applied the margin. I'm going to show you a live example. Let's just inspect this box. All right, and then you can see that the margin is right here Okay, let me just zoom in a little bit. There we go. So the margin is right here. And if I increase the margin, you can see that it is coming towards the center. All right. And the spacing is happening on all four sides externally, not internally. You can notice that the spacing is happening in outside the box. All right. And that's because I'm adding margin. So whenever you need to add margins, just like when you type a document, you set a specific margin to your documents, the CSS is also carrying out a similar operation, but it has some semantic to it. All right. So you can set a margin externally, and if you want to have an internal spacing, to distance the content from your border, then you can apply padding as well. All right. So let's just keep the margin to be 20 pixels. All right. If you go down, let me just reset. There we go. So if you go down, I can see that the margin, this orange box is outside the border. All right. So the spacing that you are seeing right now is about 20 pixels. Not about, it's exactly 20 pixels. All right. So we have a 20 pixel border, and we have a margin, and we have a border of 5 pixels solid orange. And then we have padding, which is internal adjustment for space around the element. And then we have the content height and width. All right. So this is how our box model works. First comes the content, then the padding, the space around that content, and you can increase it, decrease it, or it's your choice to keep it 0. Then we have the border. It's up to you to give your element a border. And then lastly, we have margin, which is going to adjust the space outside of an element. All right, so many people, they confuse padding and margin, but it's very important to understand the box model, since it is going to make you a pro, especially, let's say, when someone asks you in an interview that please explain the difference between padding and margin. So you're going to tell, well, padding is something that adjusts a space inside of an element, and margin is something that adjusts a space outside an element. All right, so padding, whenever padding words come, always remember it's inside the element, and the margin is always outside the element. All right, so I hope you have gained the concept of the box model. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, in this video we're going to learn about practicing margins, width and max width in CSS. Now, this topic is rather a very important topic because it actually decides how our content is going to be placed in terms of its positioning and alignment, etc. Now, we know that most of the time we are entitled to use block level elements in HTML. And as we know that a block level element, it always takes up the full width available. All right. So basically what it does is that it stretches out to the left and right as far as it can. And that's probably the case that we have seen previously. Now, let's say that if we set a width of a block level element, then it is going to prevent it from stretching out to the edges of its container. All right. So for example, let me just show you a practical example. And let's say I have a header. All right. And inside the header, I have a heading which says this is a heading. All right. Level 1. All right. Or a level 1 heading. Yeah, there we go. All right, so if I run it and see the result, it looks like this somehow. Now, to make it more convenient for you, let me just give a background to my header so that it becomes very clear for you that what am I talking about. All right, so I just want to give a background of, let's say, purple. Okay, and color, whatever the font color inside it will be white. All right, the color code of white is triple F. Save it and then run it. There we go. So now you can see that since my header is of background purple color, but you can see that the heading, all right, the level 1 H1 tag, it is stretched out to the left as far as it can, all right. And let's say if I add one more thing, and that is a paragraph, all right, that is going to make even more sense. Okay, so for here I'm just going to add a paragraph, lorem ipsum tab, and add some more text inside that paragraph so that it makes more sense. Okay, saving it and then running it to see that you can see that it is stretching out to the maximum level. All right, ignore this margin right here. It's just because these are the pre-calculated values, so of course we can change that, but you should not worry about it right now. What I really want you to understand is that if we do not set a specific width of our element, then it is block level element, then it is going to stretch out to the left, all right, or right, as far as it can. Now, if we set the width of a block level element, what it does, it will prevent it from stretching out to the edges of its container. So let's just do that. Go back to the code editor, and we have H1 and P tags. So we're going to be changing their widths, both of them, and make it about 300 pixels. Now we'll see what happens. There we go. So now my H1 tag and P tag, they only have a width of 300 pixels. All right, before they were like, stretched out to the maximum width. Okay, now to even make more sense of it, what you can do is that you can set the margins. All right, so here comes the margin. Let's say that you don't want your text to be like, in the center. You want it somewhere here. All right, so there is something very magical that you can do, and that is the elements, both of them, H1 and P tag, they are going to take up the specified width, 300 pixels. All right, and the remaining space will be split equally between two margins. So how I'm going to do that is I'm just going to type margin, and I'm going to type 0 and then auto. Now what is happening here is if I'm typing two values after writing margin colon, all right, so this means, this 0 means that the top and bottom values will be 0 margin, 0 pixels, and auto means that the right and the left values are set on auto. So what it does is that it brings the content in center. Remember that the content is positioned in a center position, all right, but it doesn't mean that the text is centered aligned. Only the elements are aligned centrally, and they are going to take this specific width, but they're just going to move in the center. All right, so let us check the result. There we go. Brilliant. All right, now what I want to want you to understand is that you can do one more thing. All right, and that is, let me just show you something that can happen. All right, and that is, let's say that if you are taking the screen on mobile, all right, or you're making it mobile friendly, then it's a good practice that you always contain your whatever elements that you want to give margin of 0 and auto inside another tag. All right, so that you don't have to like specify H1 and P again and again. All right, so you can add one more container div, okay, and give it a class of, let's say, auto. All right, now this tag should end just before the header tag. All right, you cut it, and it should end just before the header tag. All right, so now what you can do is, instead of asking the H1 and P tag to have a width of 300 pixels, what you can do is that you can simply add the auto class. All right, and that's it. If you go to the browser, then you can see the result is the same. There we go. All right. So the point is that instead of like typing elements again and again in your CSS, it's always better to use the auto class. Let's say that you have the same block in your code somewhere else, and you can apply the same auto class to them. All right. So that actually makes your content very easy to read and even, use in terms of code, etc. All right, so if I just change 300 pixels, a very small width. So if I change the width to a standard 1170 pixel width, all right, and save it and then run it, then you can see that yes, this bunch of the block is taking it's 1170 pixels wide, all right. But let's see what happens if I just try to make it mobile friendly. You can see that all the words, they are disappearing, all right, and you can see that the text is going out of the range, all right, and it's not wrapping. So it's just like, I'm just missing out on the information. And what is happening right here is you can see that I can only see the information if I scroll on the right, all right. So this is not what I want. Okay, and that's the problem with the div. It can occur because when the browser window is smaller than the width of the element, then the browser then adds a horizontal scroll bar to the page. And in this case, the window, it became smaller than the width of our element. Okay, so in order to remove that error or width issue, we can use one more property, which is known as max width instead, especially in this situation, because it is going to then improve the browser's handling of small windows. Now, this is important when you're making a site usable on small devices like mobile, etc. All right. So let's say that, if I just change it to max width, all right, instead of just width. So now you can see that everything is okay now. All right, everything is fine now. So even if I just try to make my screen bigger, then you can see that the text is wrapping up automatically. So it says that the max width should be 1170, but if the mobile screen goes smaller, then it has the ability to wrap itself inside the div container, which is set to the class auto. Now, of course, you can add your padding as well. All right, whatever padding you want, you can set that to, let's say, padding overall should be, let's say, 1.5 EM. Okay, and then if you see the result, there we go. So now our content is not like touching to the edges, etc. So the space that you're seeing right now, it's basically the margin which is pre-built in the Google Chrome browser for its elements. All right, so don't worry about it. Of course, you can remove it as well, but right now I just really want you to focus on the width, all right, the max width, and how you can make your content come in the center and make it use the desired width that you have set. All right, in our case, in an ideal case, please use max width property so that you do not have problems when you are switching your site on mobiles. All right, so you have to keep a lot of things in mind when you are making content blocks for your website, whether that website is going to look good in terms of screens which are smaller than a laptop, etc. You can change the width of your content if you like. You can just make it 960 pixels as well, save it, and then run it. There we go. So even if you like, if you make it go smaller again for a mobile site, then you can see that nothing, the content is not going out of the box. It is still inside the box because the max width has been set to 960 pixels, and any other width less than that is going to wrap itself inside the container auto. All right, so that was the whole point of explaining you about margins and width, max width in CSS. So hope you have gained the concept. of practicing all these three important things in CSS. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, in this video we're going to learn about floats, which is another property that can be used to rearrange how elements are displayed. Now let's go over what the natural page flow looks like first. Alright, so we're here in my code editor. I've already typed a few lines. Now by default, block level elements, alright, they are displayed on top of each other and they take up the 100% width as well, which you can see right here. Alright, now in the order of especially of how it's written. Now inline elements, they stay within their context, and since they only take up the amount of space as the content contained between the tags, they are displayed within the line. Also, if the parent element wraps the content around its child elements, inline elements will be very responsive. So you can see that I have added the span tag, all right, within a block level element, which is h1, and it is showing me exactly the effects of being an inline element. All right, now let's just talk about float. All right, now float property, it won't remove elements from the natural flow, which is this. All right, but it will change it by aligning blocks to the left or right of its container. Now this will change the natural flow because the elements following the floated elements will be disrupted and there will be a lot of disruption. Now let's just try out whatever I'm saying in an example. All right, so let's just remove this, okay, and create a container, div class container. All right, and inside that container I'm going to add a paragraph lorem ipsum. All right, and before that paragraph I want to add one image. All right, so 10.jpg, and keep the width of that image. I just want to give you an example, so I'll just keep the width as 200 pixels. There we go. Save it and then run it to see the result. There we go. So now you can see that the paragraph is a block element by nature, and that's why it is floating right after the inline element, which is image. All right, but I want the paragraph to float left to the image. All right, so what I'll do is I'll just go back to my code editor and go back to my style sheet, and over here I will say image, all right, float to the left. All right, so when I'll float my image to the left, then you'll see that the paragraph will automatically come to the left of the image and it will just move up and flow next to the image. All right, so since the content is no longer underneath the image, it is going to move up and flow next to the image once I set the image to float to the left. All right, so now let's add some more text to understand some more things. All right, now let's add some more things. All right, lorem some more text. Save it and then run it. There we go. We have a lot of text. Okay, so let's say in this text, after the paragraph, I'm going to add one heading, H2, and say heading. All right, now if I run it, you can see that heading is also floating left to the image. All right, so heading is supposed to come underneath the image, but unfortunately, why is it? Because I haven't cleared my floats for the heading that I have written. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is in order to make it to come back to the natural flow of the document, I need to make H2 be clear of all the flow. So there's a property known as clear. All right, and I need to clear both the left or right float, if any. All right, so in this case I have float. All right, so I need to get rid of the float for H2, so I'm going to choose both and save it and then run it to see that my heading is going to come underneath the image and it's no longer part of the floating process. All right, so this was just an example to show you that if you have some elements that you don't need to be floated with the floated elements, then you can clear the floats for those elements, just in case that we have written the clear both for our h2 tag heading. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this, and I need you to understand one more concept here, and that is that let's say that now you have container, and inside the container we have an image and paragraph. All right, so if I just choose my container, all right, and try to say border and then say 2 pixels solid, solid, and the color should be black. All right, so after doing that, I just need to refresh it. All right, now you can see that my image is coming outside the container. Okay, whereas if you see the code, all right, my image is inside the container. Now why this is happening is because parent elements, they do not recognize the height of floated elements, and they will only wrap around non-floated child elements, which is in this case just the paragraph. All right, so the paragraph is the non-floated element, and that's why it is only able to wrap around the non-floated child elements. All right, so if I just minimize it, all right, then you can see that my image, all right, once my screen is bigger, my image is coming out of the border and it's crossing the border as well. All right, so that's because that's because that the parent element is not recognizing the height of floated element. All right, so let's say if my image is bigger than 200 pixels. All right, let's say if my image is 250 pixels, save it and then run it. There we go. So it's more out of my floated area. All right, so I don't need that. So in order to avoid that, in order to make my floated elements inside the parent element, all right, so that it can wrap itself around the parent container, I need to use one more property, which is known as the overflow. All right, so I'll just write overflow. Okay, so either I can write auto or hidden. All right, so in this case, it is going to whatever the auto flow is happening. In our case, the image is coming out of the container box, all right, because it's not recognizing the height. So that can be solved. So you can use either auto or you can use hidden. All right, so for now, I'm using auto. Save it and then run it to see the result. There we go. So now you don't have any problem like before. All right, before our parent elements, they were not recognizing the height of floating elements, and that's why the floating elements were coming out of the box. So now that problem is solved. Even if you increase the height now, all right, even if you make it, let's say 400 pixels, save it and then run it, then still the image is inside the container box. All right, and that's because the overflow is auto. All right, so if I just try to minimize it, then you can see that everything is normal again. All right, so it's still inside the box, it's not coming outside the box regardless of the height of the image. Now you can add the padding to the image if you want, or a margin as well. So go back to the code editor, and over here you can just apply margin. There we go. Yep, there we go. So now I have some more space. All right, you can also apply some padding if you want. Okay, so that's how you add floats to your web pages. All right, and make sure that when to use clear property and also the overflow property, especially when your image or whatever thing that you have floated. All right, so when your floated element, in short, is oozing out of your container, all right, your parent element, then you need to make sure that you're giving an extra property to your parent element, which is known as overflow property, and make sure to set it to auto or hidden in order to avoid any disruptions. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. I hope that you have gained the concept of floats, and also we have done a little bit practice as well. So I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning, and of course, keep practicing. All right, so in this video we are going to cover very important concept of CSS, since this is something that a lot of people they fail to understand this concept, and that is known as the positioning in CSS. All right, so it's kind of a tough topic, and many developers, even the experienced developers, they have tough time to understand this concept. And let's say that if they have understood it, then when it comes to the practical work, they just mess it up. All right, so this tutorial is very important if you really don't want your CSS to have any problem later on. So concentrate and focus intensely as possible, because this video is very, very important in terms of your CSS career. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the heading. All right. Let's just create some HTML first and say positioning, all in capital, positioning in CSS. All right, save it. And then afterwards, create a div and name it as boxes. All right. And inside, now this is a parent element. I need to have children. All right. So give it a class of box, and also better to give color to your boxes. Let's say orange. All right. And write something like a paragraph and name it as orange. There we go. And copy this div. All right. Four times. So we have four boxes now, and change it to pink. Change the color. All right. Change the color to pink and change it to light blue. All right. Copy, paste, and then light green. All right, save it. Now let's create the CSS of whatever we have added. So first thing first, what we do in our HTML and what we have learned previously is to make our box sizing perfect, we need to give it a margin, or at least reset stuff, so that we don't have any problem with our box model. All right. So padding, padding 0, then box sizing should be border box. All right. So that our boxes, whatever boxes, they don't take up extra space. All right. If we apply some extra padding or border, it just takes up the space internally. All right. So now it's time to style our H1 and say, okay, I need a padding of 20 pixels. And then the text alignment should be center. Okay. And the background should be light blue. And that's it. Now what I really want is I want the font family to be, or let's put the font family here. I want the font family to be sans serif. All right, let's just save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So far, so good. Now it's time to style these boxes underneath. And how we can do that? Well, it's better that we pick these boxes from, their class, of course, from their divs, and start applying some major changes. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, their sister class, all right, the box class. I'm going to go back to the code editor, and over here, I'm just going to say, all right, I want, oh, even before that, let's just style the boxes class, which is the parent element. All right, so let's just style the boxes class, give it a width of 100% and a background of light gray or something like, color code. If you remember color codes, then good. If you don't, it's fine. You can give some light color so that your boxes are visible. Okay, and of course the padding to be around 20 pixels, and text alignment should be center. Save it. There we go. So somehow our boxes, they look like this. Everything is in center now. Now it's time to, make some styling to our box class, which is right here, and it's present in all the divs. Okay, so you know that we can use classes more than once. All right, so let's just pick this and add the box class here, and now give it a width of 60%. All right, so our box will occupy 60% of the total 100%, and also I want the margin to be 0 and auto, so that my boxes, the box 1, box 2, or the colored boxes should be in center. All right, so next thing, we're going to set the padding again, if we want, to 10 pixels or even more. Let's find it, 2% padding. All right, and font size should be 28 pixels. Font weight should be bold, and that's it for now. Let's just save it and run it to see the results. There we go. So we have orange, pink, light blue, and light green. Now it's time to give the background colors to our classes, which we mentioned here. All right, so we'll pick the orange class and give it a background of orange. All right, so there we go. You have orange, and then the background of this should be orange, of course. Then we have other class, which is known as the pink class. All right, and we're going to give pink a color of background of pink. All right, and then we have light blue. We're going to give it a background of light blue. Oops. And last but not the least, we have light green. All right, so we're going to pick light green and give it a background of light green. All right, so if we go and check it out, there we go. Oh, something is wrong. I hope my spellings are fine. Oh, there we go. So remember, your classes cannot be case sensitive, so it's a good lesson for us. All right, let's just refresh now. Nothing happened. I'm afraid. Why? Light green. Oh, there we go. Yes, shouldn't be case sensitive. All right, and that's exactly what we did here. So now let's just run. Still nothing. Have I saved the file? I guess so. Oh, there we go. Okay, fine. So we have 4 boxes. Sorry, it took a lot of time to create them, but in order to understand positioning in CSS, it is going to take a lot of time. Now, to start with our positioning, positioning system in CSS defines where you want to place your element, and it has 5 different ways to do that. First way is the static position, in which you can see everything. So let's say that if I add static position, all right, to any of the classes, all right, let's say position is static, all right, so if I save it and then run it to see, you'll see nothing has happened because everything by default is static. And static means, well, nothing. All right. So if I go back and enter the another type of position, which is inherit position. Now, inherit position basically is a type of position that is inheriting everything from the parent element. So, which in this case is the body, all right, and the body is set to normal positioning, static positioning. So, inherit positioning system also, it's pointless if your parent element is having a static position. All right. Now, where the difference is and how we can create difference and how we can use position for our own benefit. Now, if you go to CSS, all right, and if you simply remove it, all right, let me just remove it and add one position system, which is known as relative positioning. All right, if you save it, then when you enter the relative position, basically activates the 4 positions. All right, the top, bottom, left, and right. All right, so these properties are activated and you can give any value to them. Okay, so these properties, top, all right, bottom, okay, left, left, and then right are activated. All right, so I'm not mentioning anything, but I really want you to understand that, think of it in terms of the directions. All right, so you can move your element, all right, by defining the position of the element, whether it's relative, absolute, fixed. All right, you activate all 4 directions, top, bottom, left, right, and then you can decide what to do. All right, you want to move your um, element 10 pixels top, all right, or 30 pixels bottom, all right, 40 pixels left, or 200 pixels right. Now if you go back, we have changed the orange box, which was having an orange background. Let's see what's happening with that element. There we go. So now you can see that the orange box is apart from where it was before. It was somewhere here before, all right? So it has moved from its original position to where we have set its direction to. It has moved top 10 pixels, bottom 50 pixels, I don't know. Let's just inspect the element. There we go. So we have moved our box 10 pixels top, all right, 30 pixels bottom, and left 40 pixels right. It's up to you. You want to use 2 properties or 3 properties, 1 property. Well, it's up to you. But my job is just to tell you that once you set the position, all right, once you set the position system, whether it's relative, absolute, or fixed, you activate all these 4 directions and you're free to move your element. Okay, so you can notice that the space which was allocated to the orange box is still up there. All right, so let's say if you want to eliminate the right position, all right, just completely eliminate it, all right, and you want to move left, all right, just eliminate bottom as well because it's not making any sense right now. All right, so you want to move left, let's say 300 pixels left. All right, you can notice that these 3 elements, they're not stacking up or taking away the space of the orange box's spot. All right, and that's because the position of this box is relative to its origin. All right, so it can move even away from the page or out of the page, all right, but it's still going to be relative to its previous spot. All right, so yes, you can use it to overlap. Let's say that you are using it to overlap pink element, all right, but you can see that the pink element is not moving upwards in order to take the space of the orange spot. The orange spot space is still there and it's still available. All right, so that is called relative positioning. Now let me move to the next positioning system, which is known as the absolute positioning system. Let me just remove all these values And this time, what I want is, I will also remove the position, this relative position. This time, I want the pink, let me refresh and see if everything is back to normal. Yeah, now I want the pink box to have an absolute position, and I'll explain everything, okay? So pink box is having an absolute position, all right? Just add this and see the result. There we go. So what has happened here is that the pink box has taken the space of its nearest element, all right? And that's happened when you position an element in an absolute form. It just takes up the starting point of its nearest element, all right? So in order to avoid that, you need to see that what is going to be its nearest position. So you always have to add top colon 0 and left colon 0 to see where it's absolutely placed at the moment. So if you go to this, there you go. So after entering 0, top 0 and left 0, you can see that the pink box has moved up and to the absolute position of the browser starting point 00 right here. Let's say you want this box to be the starting point of the pink box. All right, so what you'll do is you'll go to your code editor and you will type the exact absolute position and paste it in here. All right, so you'll paste this position here and you'll decide, okay, I want boxes to be the starting point for my pink background. All right, so I want my pink background to start 0 0, but the origin point should be the box. All right, and therefore you have to add the position absolute in order to do that. So if I go to my code, there we go. So now you can see that the absolute position has become the box's div. All right, so this particular div has become the starting point, the origin point for my pink box. All right, and then of course you can move it right, left, however you want. So what I want to do is, let's move it, let's come down and let's move it 100 pixels away from left. All right, so you'll see that, there we go. So we have moved 100 pixels away, and of course you can see that since, after entering the position absolute, the pink box is out of the normal document flow, and since all these three boxes have stacked their space up, that means there's no room for pink anymore, since it's out of the normal document flow and it's on its own now. So unlike the relative positioning system, absolute positioning system doesn't have the space that relative elements that with relative position system have. All right, so relative position system space is always reserved for them, but pink box space is not reserved because it's placed on an absolute positioning system. Okay, I know it sounds very tough, but I really want you to understand each and every concept, and you will get it by practicing more and more. All right, so what I want you to do next is understand the fixed point system. All right, so fixed point system is similar to the absolute positioning system, but it is slightly different. Let's say that you have a navigation bar and you want the user to see it even if you scroll the page. All right, so what usually happens is that when you scroll down, your menu disappears because menu is always at the top of the page. But if you scroll with a fixed nav bar, all right, or the fixed header, then you can see the header with navigational links at every spot. Even if you scroll down, it's going to be there. All right, so that's what web developers do. They just stack their navigation bar up on the fixed position so that it's accessible to the users even if they are at the bottom of the page, looking out for the footer. All right, so let me explain it to you. Let me just go back to the normal stuff. All right, and let me remove this as well. All right, so it's time to make our light green box something, give it a position of fixed. All right, so what happens is, let me also increase the height of the box's class so that I can show you the example of scrolling down. All right, so I have made the light green box fixed, and now you can see that it's out of the normal document flow. It's fine. It's fine. All right. But if I scroll down, you can see that light green box, it scrolls down with me. All right. So that's how you position elements in a fixed way. All right. So we have learned in this video that in order to position elements without, letting them lose their spot, you can position elements by adding the relative positioning system. And when you want elements to, break the pattern or break the normal document flow, then you can give them a positioning system of absolute, and that is going to make them go away from the normal document flow. And then you can, decide what is going to be their nearest parent element by giving them a value of position absolute as well. And lastly, very important, which we're going to use the most, is the fixed positioning system, which we are going to use for the nav bar. So it doesn't matter wherever you are on the page, if you have the fixed positioning system, then you can access the link, and that particular element is going to go with you at every point. All right. So I hope this whole thing makes a lot of sense to you. Let me just copy this code, all right, and paste it inside the style tag so that it's accessible to you, since it's very important. All right, save it, and then I just need to cut it. There we go, save it. Yeah, still working. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. All right, so in this video, we are going to learn about two very important concepts in CSS, and that are the reset CSS file and normalize CSS file. Now, what do we mean by reset? Well, let me tell you that the point of having the style sheet is to style our element, all right? But sometimes what happens is, due to different browsers, all right, let's say Chrome has its own style, and if you use Mozilla Firefox, and when you look at displaying your result, then you get that feel that, okay, this is slightly different from what I saw in Chrome. And that's okay, because all the browsers are having their own default CSS settings, all right? So there are two ways actually to beat browser inconsistencies, all right? The first one is the reset CSS concept, in which we reset or pre-write style sheets containing rules that are going to overwrite all the default browser styles, all right, and apparently make it null. That means that instead of having any default style, there should be no style at all. Now, some developers, they prefer that because then they have the full control of giving each and every properties and then their values to every element, all right? Now, mirweb.com/eric-tools/css-reset is the link where you can go. I'm going to paste that link in the resources, but I just want you to understand that, yes, there is a way of making your style, even the browser style, null, and almost putting it back to zero, all right? So in short, just making your elements unstyled and then having the authority to give them your own style, all right? So many developers around the world, they use this file to create their own framework, all right? So yeah, this is very interesting. Now, if you scroll down a little bit, all right? So this guy, Mirweb, Eric, all right, Eric Mir, he created a file, all right, and that file contained all these values. Now what you're going to do is you're just going to copy the CSS, All right, just copy this CSS and there we go. Oops. Copy this CSS and go to your code editor and simply paste it in your current style sheet. Save it and make sure that that style sheet is linked. All right. Now I have already typed a heading, whole, and then a paragraph, and then another paragraph, and another paragraph. All right. Now I just need to see the result. All right. So there we go. So now you can see what I was talking about. Every value has been nulled. All right. So all the default browser styles, it's gone because of this particular style sheet. Because what's happening here is that everything, every value of possible HTML element, it has zero margin, zero padding, zero border, and the font size is 100%. That is all the elements are going to have just one font size. And from here onwards, after this CSS file, I can decide what sort of value I should give to my H1 paragraph, or I should give any value at all. All right. So this particular style sheet is used when you want to create a new framework. All right. But there is a very important point to notice here is that it is this, if you use a style sheet, all right, go ahead if you want to, but it's going to actually increase a lot of work for you. All right. Because if you reset all the elements and their default values to 0, all right, so you have to then give each and everything a value again. Now that's quite a lot of work, don't you think so? Okay, so in order to overcome that, we have another alternative, which is known as the normalize CSS file. Now I have already opened the GitHub page for the normalize.css file, but if you want to read more about what is normalize.css file, you can click on this link and just read about it. Now it says that normalize.css is a small CSS file that provides better cross-browser consistency in the default styling of HTML elements. All right. So what is our major problem when it comes to creating HTML pages, so that our HTML pages look consistent in all the browsers that it's running on? All right. So that's our main point of worry. Now, what normalize does is, this is also a pre-written style sheet, all right, which contains rules, but its aim is to create consistent default styles rather than removing them, all right, like the reset file. So what reset file did it, that it removed all the styles and it just brought everything back to 0, which is not our intention when we are going to use the normalize.css file. Rather, I'll be more happy to add normalize.css file and make sure that whatever output I'm getting on Chrome, I should get it on Safari, I should get it on Mozilla and any other browsers. All right. So what basically this file is going to do, it's going to make one default styles for all the browser. All right, to maintain the cross-browser consistency. And I'm going to show you an example right away. So first of all, let's just I have already downloaded the normalize.css file. Now you can come here, all right, and click on the download button and then simply select everything. Copy this and then simply go back to code editor and the normalize.css file, just paste it here. Now the next thing that you want to do is simply add, instead of adding this style sheet, it's better you add the normalize.css file and save it. Okay, save the normalize.css file as well. Now it's time to run your result. All right, so there we go. So we have a perfect edition of the normalize.css file. All right, now I have already opened Safari in order to check whether my normalize.css file is successful in adding the default consistent style. All right, now Safari is showing me the same result as of Google. All right, Google Chrome. Okay, so this file is added. All right, the main purpose of adding this file is to have one consistent style rather than having different style which are not going to appeal the user. All right, so this is a very important practice to do because you are going to be working as a web developer, and you don't know, your user uses Chrome or uses Safari, so you need to make sure that you are providing some sort of framework that is going to make your design look consistent on, it doesn't matter which browser the user is using. So I hope you gained the concept of reset style sheet and normalized style sheet. So I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, so in this video we are going to look more in detail about the background property. In fact, we're going to be looking individually how properties related to background works. Alright, so I have a separate page known as the background property, and inside that I'm just going to create a div, and I'm going to give it a class of background. All right, and now inside that background, it's up to you. What do you want to add? Okay, you want to add, let's say, a paragraph or a heading. So let's say I have a heading. All right, so I give that heading cool. All right, and after a heading I have a paragraph. All right, save it, and then I'm just going to pick the background property and go to my CSS file and simply paste this here. And now it's time for me to add the background properties, all right, one by one. Now let's say I want to give my background a color of pink. All right, so there we go. So now the background color of my div where my heading and paragraph is located is pink. Fair enough, that's great. All right, so next thing is that I can also add a background image if I like. All right, so let's say that I don't want a background color, and instead of the background color I want the background image. So what I'm going to do is go back to my code editor, and instead of pink I'm just going to say URL, all right, and then start the brackets, the braces, and then the name of the image inside the brackets, all right, right here. All right, and simply type the name of the image, which is background.jpg. I've already saved the file. All right, so let's just save it and run it to see what happens. Okay, so far so good. I have the background now, but you can see that the background is repeating itself, and at this point you can't even see the background properly. So that's because we haven't given a specific height to our background. So let's do that. All right, let's give a height of 400 pixels to our background, and now see what happens. There we go. So now we have a height of 400 pixels, but the problem here is that this is the full size of the image, all right, and this is the maximum the image can stretch itself. Therefore it is repeating in order to cover the rest of the web page. All right, so what we need to do here is we can add one more property in order to cover it up, and that is known as background repeat. All right, so I'm going to go back to my code editor, and right here after the background I can say background repeat. All right, and set my background repeat to the value of no repeat. All right, so now what this is going to do is this is going to stop repeating the image that was coming one after the other. All right, so there we go. So there is no repetition. All right, but what is happening here is that the part which was covered before by the same image on repetition, it is gone now. All right, now in order to eliminate that problem and also bring the position to a better place so that it doesn't stay at the top left corner, which happens, by the way, with every element. Every element, it starts with the top left corner and then it goes to the right side. All right, so in terms of adding background as well, it is the same. All right, so the default process is the same. All right, so we don't want that. Let's just add a background position and background position. Now you can see that you can add background position to bottom, center, left, right, top. All right, so you can use two values depending on what you want to use together. Let's say that you want your image to start from the top right corner rather than the top left one, so you can simply say top, all right, and then select right and semicolon, save it, and then run it to see the results. There we go. So now the image, you can see that the image has moved towards the top right. All right. So in our case, I would like to bring the image to center. All right, center and center, and see what happens. There we go. So now my image is centrally placed. Okay. Now there is one more problem. That is, my image is not covering the entire div. And that's why you can see that the content inside the div right here, it's just coming out, is oozing out of the image. All right. So I don't want that. So what I'll do is I'll add one more property in my CSS file, which is known as the background size. All right. Now this property determines how my image is going to contain inside the container in which it is. All right. So in this case, it is contained inside the div. All right. So I'm just going to say that cover. All right. Now what cover does is that it stretches out the image, and it just, let's say, it just zooms in to cover the entire web page or the entire div in which the image is contained. All right. So if I just refresh it and run it, you can see that the image is taking over the whole web page now. Of course, it's a bit zoom in, and you can see that the image is losing out on pixels as well, but that's absolutely fine as long as the content is contained inside the container. All right. So the next thing which I want to show is the background attachment property. All right. So let's add it and then see what happens. Now, if I put my background attachment to fixed, all right, let's say, then you can see you can have a feel of having a parallax effect. It just fixes the background. All right. Now I'm going to show you what I mean when the background gets fixed. Now let's just go back to the code editor, and let's just copy this div several times. All right. Let's say until we are able to scroll the page. All right. So 4 or 5 times we have copied this div, and now let's go back to the result and refresh. There we go. So if I scroll down, you can see that the background is there. All right. The page is scrolling, but the background is not moving. All right. So this type of effect is pretty much in nowadays, and it's used widely by the web developers. The content is fine. The content is like going from the top of the image to the bottom, but the image is still there. All right. And this is possible because I have added the background attachment to the value of fixed. So far, so good. Now, these are all the main components of the background property. So whenever you want to add a background to your HTML pages, your landing pages, whatever, you can always start with these major properties related to background so that you don't have any problem. All right. So I hope that you have gained the concept of adding a background and the properties related to it. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep practicing. Alright, so in this video, we are going to learn about adding transparency and gradients to your background images. Now, adding background images behind text can add some flair to your page, but sometimes it can make the text hard to read. Now, let's just work on an example in order to understand why we need transparency and gradients to our images. All right, so I'm gonna go to the style sheet, add the background class. All right, which is right here. Okay, so we already have a class, okay, and I have some heading in text. Save it. All right, and then I'm just gonna add a background of background.jpg. All right, also I'm gonna have a font family of sans serif and a line height of about 1.5. All right. Also, I want my background repeat to set to no repeat so that my background doesn't get repeated. All right. So now let's just have a look at how my web looks like. Okay, so we have our text, which is just oozing out of the image, but that's okay. We didn't add any width, so I'm just gonna add a width to my div and say I want a width of, let's say, 600 pixels. Okay. with my background position to be center, center. All right, and now I'm going to see the result. All right, perfect. So if I just try to, put it like that, you can see the result, but you can hardly see the text. All right, so let's say that if I add the text alignment to be center, all right, and the color of the font should be white, triple F. Okay, so you can see that, yeah, the text is fairly visible, but again, it's not a perfect solution. So let's say in order to add some extra layer of transparent color, all right, which will have some better readability option, all right, let's just add another div and add it just after the main div, class of transparent bg background, all right, and end that div just before the final background div is ending. All right, so there we go. Save it and then add this transparent bg class in CSS. All right, and add a background color. All right, or background. So what happens is when you add a transparent layer, okay, of any color, then you always do that by adding an RGBA value. All right, so by writing the RGBA value, you will assign three colors combination: the red, green, and blue, and A stands for the alpha transparency. All right, so what alpha mainly does is, in the value of alpha is between 0 and 1, with 0 being the most transparent number and 1 being the most opaque. All right, so I'm just going to add some value, let's say 0, 0, and 0 with an alpha transparency of, let's say, 0.5, which is somewhere in the middle. All right, I'm going to show you what I mean. So you can see that this is the color combination I'm going to get, which you can see in the square. All right, so I will have my image, but again, I will have some transparency applied to it so that I can see the text easily. So now you can see by adding the RGB value, all right, you can see that I can see the image, but at the same time, there is an extra layer of black color with some transparency applied to it. All right, so you can do that with your images as well. All right, so that you, let's say that you have to add some quotation. All right, so in order to do that, you can always add an extra layer of a background by adding the transparency as well. So over here you can see that this is the color, all right, and the RGB value is 000 with a transparency of 0.5. Let's say if I increase this value, all right, to 0.8, you can see that it's more black now. So if I move to 0.2, it becomes lighter. If I keep it 0, it becomes the same as of the image. All right, so that's how you add transparency to your images. But remember, that is only possible by adding the RGB value, okay? So moving on, you can apply padding to your transparent background as well if you want. So let's say you want a padding to be about 1 em, all right? You can do that. There we go. So now you can see that the image and the text, it looks more perfect. Now moving on, we need to discover the gradient as well and how to add gradient to your background. So for gradient, what you need is you can add multiple background options, okay? That means you can add multiple background within a single class. So what I mean by that is, let's say if you don't want this transparent BG, all right? So I'm just gonna, comment it out, all right? Just gonna comment it out. There we go. So if you don't want this transparent BG to do anything, and instead you want to add a linear gradient or a gradient to your background images, you can do that by adding incredible syntax, which is known as, let me just remove this. All right, so if you want to add linear gradient, you can always type linear hyphen gradient, all right, and then the syntax says color 1 and then color 2. Of course, when you add gradient, you need two colors, then by selecting the color 1 value, all right, and the color 2 value, remember that they have to be in RGBA format, all right? So whatever color you want to put, I'm just showing you the syntax, all right? You can put the RGB value later on, all right? Then, you have to add a comma and then the URL of the image that you want to display the linear gradient on, all right? So my image was the background one, okay, background.jpg. All right, this was my image. There we go. So now it's reading, okay? So now it's time to add colors. Now, since I know that this is the RGB value, so I'm just going to copy this RGB value and paste it here, okay? And then again, I will copy the same RGB value, but I'll slightly change the transparency. Let's say I want to give the transparency from 0.5 to 0.8. So it will go from a light black to dark black. All right, so let's see what happens. Save it and then run it to see the result. There we go. All right, so at this point you may not be able to distinguish that much, but let's say that you want the linear gradient to actually be extremely dark at the end. There we go. So now you can see that the linear gradient is starting absolutely fine. The visibility of the image at the top is there, but as you go down, all right, if you go down like that, you can see that this part has become understandably black. All right, and that's because we have added the linear gradient. Okay, so you can play around with a lot of colors. Let's say that you want the red value to be 255, all right, and then here you want the blue value to be 255, all right. Okay, so you can see a combination of going from red to blue, all right, and it will look like this somehow. There we go. So it's a perfect way of actually adding colors and gradients to your images by just using the simple one liner. All right, so now you can add the position of your gradient as well. Let's see that we have our gradient and it's kind of falling from a red to blue, and it's falling from top to bottom. All right, so you can change it to any position. You can move your gradient towards left or towards right. Okay, you can tilt it in terms of degrees. All right, so let's say that I want the linear gradient to be at 70 degrees. All right, so I'm just going to type 70 degrees just before the RGB value separated by a comma. All right, so now you can see that it's showing me that I'm going to have some kind of a triangular effect because my gradient is set to 70 degrees. All right, so that's how my gradient looks like right now. Okay, so I can also make it, let's say 90 degrees if I like. There we go. So now you can see that, before my gradient was flowing from top to bottom, now it's flowing from left to right. Okay, so you can also use negative values, and there we go. So now by using the negative value, just flipped. Okay, the color combination has flipped. So you can try a lot of positions. Okay, you can use the keywords like to right, okay, or to left, depending on what you want to apply. All right, so here, my gradient is flowing from from left towards right to right. Okay, so of course you can apply whatever position you like because you have the full authority to do that, and also that eliminates the extra effort that you always have to put by adding a separate div, just like we did previously. Okay, so you can use both the options. It's up to you to utilize what is best for your project. Okay, so hope you have gained the concept of adding transparency and adding linear gradients to your web pages. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, so in this video we're going to learn about how to work with SVGs in CSS. Now, first thing first, it's very important for us to understand what are SVGs. Alright, so SVGs, or Scalable Vector Graphics, is the newest image format, which is introduced to reduce the pixel distortion of the images that are highly important. Now, since SVG is very modern, so it is supported in all the modern browsers. And the very important point of SVGs is that it can scale up and down without losing quality like pixels. So let's say that if you have a 2D shape or an icon or some illustration that you want to show on the web page without it losing the quality, then you can do that by adding it in an SVG format. Now, before we jump on to the real world practice, I want you to know that Scalable Vector Graphics, or SVG, is an XML based markup language. That is used to describe two-dimensional based vector graphics. Now, if you don't know about XML based markup language, it's fine, because we will be looking at how to add SVG's images, all right? But we will have to follow a standard syntax in order to add SVGs. So let's create a heading first and say Gahul, all right? And then after that, create a paragraph. There we go. All right. Now we need to have some sort of logo in order to define what we mean by our content, all right? So let's say that I want to add a logo as well, okay? So going back to the style.css file, I just want my body to be aligned centrally, okay? So I'm just gonna say text align should be center, and also font family should be sans serif, all right? Save it and then run it to see the result. Okay, so far so good. But let's say that I want to have an SVG image, all right, right before Gahul, all right? So I want to add my SVG image here, but in order to add an SVG image, I need an XML code, and in order to get that XML code, I need to visit a website, which is known as thenounproject.com, all right? So you can find it here, okay? Now it says that you can find icons for everything, and over 1 million curated icons are there, and it's created by a global community. So if you log in here after creating your account, all right, so what you can do is you can search for, let's say, book, okay, or let's say code in our case. Let's find something. There we go. So now we have a lot of options to choose from. Let's say I pick this particular option, all right, and I'll click on download, and I'll choose not PNG, but I'll choose Scalable Vector Graphic, SVG. I'll click on it, and then you have to choose from two licenses, whether you're going to choose royalty free or then Creative Commons, all right? So you can read about the differences, but right now I'm just going to choose a Creative Commons one, and it's asking me where I want to. And now it's asking me where I want to save my SVG file. So I'm just going to save my SVG file as code, save it. Perfect. So now I'm just going to go back to my code editor and find the code.svg file. All right. Open and find the code.svg file. There we go. All right. So what I can do is, in order to add this SVG, I'm just going to copy everything. All right, from the starting SVG tag to the ending SVG tag. I don't want to worry about the dimensions or whatever. I'm just going to copy this and paste it in my HTML right here. All right, save it, and then just see what happens. All right, there we go. So now we have our code icon, okay, just as we desired, and it looks very, very fine. Even if I, let's say, if I zoom in, all right, you can see that nothing is losing at all, and everything is scalable vector, and it's not rasterized anymore, just like ordinary image, which usually lose out on pixels. So in order to fix the width of this code icon, I can simply go back to my code editor, all right, and over here I can add a class right here after the SVG tag, all right, and name that class as code, okay, and then copy this code and go back to my style.css file and paste this code class. And now here is an important part that I really want you to understand. Instead of adding background in our scalable vector graphics, we use a property known as fill, all right, that changes the color of your SVG image, okay? So instead of background or color, we're just gonna use the property fill and then the name of the color. Let's say in this case, blue or green, maybe, all right? And then also because we can see that our icon is pretty big right now, right? So we need to decrease the width in order to fit with our current content, size, so that it looks like a part of it, not apart from it, okay? So let's say I want a width of 100%. There we go. All right, and now I'll just see the result and see what happens. Oops, nothing. Have I saved the file? Oops, I haven't saved the HTML. All right, so now you can see, there we go. So now you can see that it's perfectly visible to add and see SVG image, all right? So it's something that the developers, they were working on for quite a while. But the good news is that you can use SVG images and icons anywhere you like, and you can play around with the width, you can play around with the colors. All right, so I just need to remove this little detail that you can see right here. So I'm just going to go back to the code editor and remove this text right here. Okay, remove it, save it, so that I'm just left with the code icon. There we go. All right, so far so good. Let's just zoom in a little bit to see if I'm losing out on my pixels. So no, I'm not losing out on pixels. The icon just looks like, the text, how the text is rendered. The icon is also rendered in the same way because it's scalable and it's vector. Now you can add the inline CSS as well if you want. All right, so I'm just going to copy this whole CSS code and paste it here so that it makes more sense. There we go. Oh, I can adjust that later on. All right, so right now we have our style, inline style. I'm just gonna remove the external style and see if that works. Yeah, it works. So that's how you add SVG images to your web pages, okay? Now, before I sign off, I really want you to understand one more thing. That is, if you try to add height to your SVG image, okay, through the SVG image class, which is code, all right? So let's say that if you define the height, or if you try to even define the height, let's say you want the height to be 400 pixels, all right? So you can see that nothing, the icon size or the icon height has not increased. Rather, the space around it has. So because we really don't need to increase or decrease the height, we can adjust the size of the image through using width, okay? So we should really not look for adding the height option, okay? So I'm just going to remove the height option. Let's say I want my code icon to be a little bit bigger, let's say 200 pixels, all right? So now you can see that it is bigger, okay? The code icon is bigger. So depending on how big the icon you want, all right, you can, resize the width at any time you like. So I hope you have gained the concept of adding SVG images to your web pages. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep practicing. Alright, so in this video, we're going to learn about transitions in CSS. Now, previously we have learned about adding the hover effect, okay? Now, what the hover effect does is that it just changes the element's background color state, all right? Let's say you put your cursor over the button, the background color state gets changed abruptly, all right? But let's say if you add transition, okay, so by adding the transition property, you can actually control the time that it takes to make that switch, that shift, all right? So let's say that you have two buttons, all right? Button 1, all right, and Just gonna copy this, paste it here. All right, and then give classes button1. All right, this should be button2. All right, and then just give it a name of okay, of course I have to add the link as well. All right, there we go. Okay, so name it as button1. All right, and button2. Oh, there we go. All right, save it, and then just pick the class. All right, and go to style sheet and add that class here, and then simply say that the background should be none. All right, and width should be, let's say, 300 pixels. All right, border should be 2 pixels, solid and black. All right, and the color of the font should be black. All right, so this is our button1. So upon hover, what I want is, I'm just gonna copy upon hover. All right, I want it to change the background to light blue. That's it. Okay, so let's do that for button2 as well. Simply copy all the properties. All right, and paste it underneath, and this time just give it button2 class, which is the second button. Okay, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to add transition here. All right, so button2 with background none, width should be 300 pixels, border should be 2 pixels solid. All right, and the color inside should be black. All right, but now this time I'm going to add the 4 main transition properties to this button. All right, so that you can see how I can control the time it makes to make that switch from one color to another. All right, so I'm just going to add transition. All right, so the very first property which comes is the transition property. Okay, so transition property basically asks for the property that you want to change. Okay, so when we use the hover option, we give the property name, which is the background that we need to change. All right, so similarly we can say this is the background that we are asking for. We need the background to change. All right, so we'll always add background as our transition property if we want to change the background color. All right, next thing, the transition duration, how long it is going to take to make the transition happen. All right, so always remember that the duration is always measured in seconds or milliseconds in measuring the time unit for the transition to happen. All right, so let's say I want 0.5 seconds to take. All right, so to make that transition happen will take about. Next thing is the kind of effect that I want to apply. So transition timing function. Okay, so let's say I want an ease or ease in, cubic bezier effect, ease in out effect, ease out, linear step in, step start. So we'll just go with the very basic one at the moment, and I'll just pick ease in for now. And last but not the least, out of the 4 properties, the 4th one is the transition delay. All right, so transition delay basically decides, let's say if you hover your cursor on the button. Okay, so what will happen is that, let's say if you want to make a delay for the transition to happen, all right, although it's very optional, it is not used that much, all right, but still, if you want to make a transition delay, you can enter the time here. All right, let's say you want 2 seconds to wait, or 3 seconds to wait, you can enter the time here. But in my case, I don't want to wait, so I'll just put 1 ms just to put a value. All right, if I just add one more thing here. All right, after adding the transition, hover. Okay, for button 2, I want the hover to be background. All right, so what this is going to do is it's going to, upon hover, my background will change to the color that I want to change. All right, so let's say I want the color to change to light blue. All right, now you can see is that once my transition will start happening, it will fetch the transition property details from upon hovering from here. All right, so let's see what happens. There we go. So we have two buttons. All right, and button 1, if I just hover over it, it just abruptly changes it to light blue. All right, but if I hover on button 2, you can see it just goes slowly, ease in, ease out, ease in, ease out. All right, so that's how you can add transition by adding the transition property that we want to change. All right, and I mean you can add the transition duration, etc. Now there's one more thing that you can do, that is you can add just a one-liner for for making all the transitions happen. All right, so instead of writing 4 lines, you can just add 1 line. All right, so let's say that it's a lot of work, and remembering all the names of the transition. So just write a shorthand which is known as transition. All right, and then the name of the transition property, first of all, which is, in our case, we want the background to change, so I'm just going to write the background. Then I'm going to write the transition duration. All right, let's say I want 0.5 seconds to 0.5 seconds to make that transition happen. All right, and then the transition timing function. All right, what kind of effect I want to use. So in this case, I want the ease in effect. All right, and last but not the least, the transition delay. All right, how much I want to delay. So I'm just gonna write 300 ms, microseconds or milliseconds. All right, so just save it now. All right, and see what happens. All right, so there we go. So button 2 is, first of all, showing a little bit delay now because I've added the 300 microseconds delay to it as well. So always remember that the order in writing a transition shorthand is very important. All right, so you can't write the duration first or the effect first or the transition delay first. It has to be in this order. First the transition property comes, then the transition duration comes, then the transition timing function comes, and last but not the least, the transition delay if you want to add. All right, so let's say if I really don't want to add it, fine, I can still operate it. All right, so save it. There we go. So it's still working. All right, so remember, transition delay is optional. If you really want to utilize it, you can add it, but it's not that important. Okay, you can target more than one properties to make transition to. All right, so in this case, upon hover, the transition is happening just for the background, which is fine because I have chosen background. All right, but let's say that you have a margin. All right, upon hover, let's say I want my button to move 200 margin left, I guess, margin left, or sorry, margin right, because I want the button to move towards right. All right, so let's say I want the margin right to happen for about 200 pixels. I want the button to move about 200 pixels. All right, so in this case, I'm not going to add background and margin like that. In fact, when I have more than one property to make transition happen to, then I'll select all. All right, and if I save it and then run it, then you can see that upon hover, what will happen is that what's wrong? It's not moving. Oops, I think I should type left here. All right, move away from left, not right. So if I just refresh it, there we go. So it's moving (200 pixels) away from left towards right. All right, so you can add transition to more than one property by utilizing the all option. All right, which is right here. Okay, so again, it's all about practice. Okay, let's say you want to, and of course you can apply transition to not just buttons but to any element that you want. All right, so button was just an example. All right, I'm just gonna paste this code in the style sheet, inline style sheet, so that I can get it. All right, there we go. Okay, so I hope that you have gained the concept of adding transition to your buttons. All right, see you in the next video. Keep learning, and of course don't forget to practice, because practice makes everything perfect. Alright, in this video we're going to learn about buttons in CSS. Now previously you have learned how to add links in HTML, but in this video we are going to learn how to add buttons, alright, and how we can incorporate CSS along with the button tag. Now, I haven't covered the button tag in the HTML part since it made no sense, because button, styling button is one of the best thing that you can put up with your content, like, text or images or whatever. All right, so that's why I just left this video to be presented in the CSS section, because it's gonna make more sense then. All right, so just like having a normal link, which whenever we used to add a normal link, we always used to add an anchor tag. All right, so that's how we used to add any link. All right, let's say this is the link, save it, and then run it to see the result. There we go. So this is how we used to add a link. All right, I've zoomed in the page. You can do that as well. So as you can see that this is how we create a simple link. All right, so whereas if I want to create a button, all right, in HTML, I can simply do that by adding a button tag, okay, and href, where is it's going to target, all right, and then the label of that button. Save it and then run it. There we go. So now you can see that by default I'm getting a rectangular shape which says button with with equal padding applied to it as well. So if I inspect on it, this is how my button looks like. There we go. So there's a border color, there's a border style, there's a border width, all right, and then there is padding. Okay, so if you can see the box model, there we go. So I have padding applied, and then the border, apparently there is no margin. All right, but this is what the default browser style looks like for the button. Now you can add style to your buttons. All right, so I'm just gonna go back to the code editor and add a class here and name that class button1. All right, and I'm going to copy this button1 class and go to my style.css file, save it first. All right, and go to my style.css file, paste it, and then I can do wonders. Let's say I want a background color of red. All right, and then let's say I want a color of the font inside the button to be white. All right, and I want the border radius, that means I can define what type of border radius I want, a curved border radius or a edgy one. All right, so let's say I want a border radius of 5 pixels on 4 sides, and I want the text to be aligned centrally inside my button, whatever text I have. All right, and then I want the button to be display as an inline block. That means it's gonna have both the properties of inline element and block level elements. All right, so that's it. And then I want the font size to be 16 pixels. All right, save it and then run it to see the result. There we go. So if we refresh it, there we go. This is how our button looks like. Now you can see that there is a border. All right, there is the same border color as previously, but now the border radius has changed. So we can remove this border by going back to the code editor and saying that border should be none. All right, means that border color should be none. There we go. So now we have button, all right, our button. Okay, so I can just zoom out. All right, there we go. Now I can also decide the width and height of the button, all right, and I can do that by simply going back to the code editor and saying I want the width of my button to be 25%, all right, so it's going to cover the 25% area of the page. There we go. So far so good. Now let's just decrease the width and put it to 5%, or maybe 10% is enough. All right, save it. And then it's okay to apply a padding as well. Let's say a padding of 10 pixels. There we go. So now it makes more sense. All right, so let's create, let's copy this button code. All right, copy this, paste it. All right, and then change the number of the button. All right, and simply copy this class and its properties, and then simply change the color. So button 2, button 3, oops, button 2, button 3, and button 4. Now I want the properties to be same, but I want the color to be changed. So red, blue, all right, and over here I want a green color, and then finally a yellow color. All right, save it and then run it to see the results. Oops, nothing happened. Maybe I haven't saved the page. All right, there we go, saving the page. Perfect. So you can add your own colors, you can add your own styles. All right, and that's how you're gonna be working with the buttons. Okay, so in order to classify this, let's just give it a heading of buttons with backgrounds. All right, save it, and there we go. All right, so far so good. Now we're gonna discover buttons with just border. All right, so I'm just gonna give a heading. Okay, after this I'm just gonna give a heading and say buttons with borders. All right, and even before that I just want to apply a div. There we go, save it. Perfect. Okay, so now I need to add one more div. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm just gonna copy everything, all right, and change the class name. Okay, so let me just move it a bit on the right side. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to change the class name and say border button 1, and copy, 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 and copy. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pick one class. All right, go back to my style.css file, and right here I'm just gonna paste the class name, and then I'm gonna say this time I want the background to be none. Okay, means no color. All right, and I want the font color inside the button to be black. All right, and then I just want a button to have a border. Okay, so how I'm gonna do that is, let's say I want to add a 2 pixels border. Okay, and I want solid red color. All right, save it, and then if I just paste it thrice, 1, 2, 3, all right, I can just simply change the number of my class. All right, and also I can simply change the color. All right, there we go. So save it and then run it to see the result. Perfect. So that's how you add buttons with borders. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add the width part. All right, go back to my code editor, and from here I just want my buttons to have a width and padding of 10% each. So pasting, and pasting. Perfect. All right, so if I check it now, you can see that I have buttons with borders as well. All right, so you can see there is no background, but still they have a border. All right, so that's why buttons with border. Now I'm just gonna go back to my code editor, and this time I'm going to show you how you can hover over your button and actually change the color. All right, so I'm just gonna copy this div, copy this, and paste it one more time. All right, and this time I'm gonna say button with hover effect. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna remove this border thing and say hover hyphen button one, copy this, paste it, and paste it. All right, save it, and then simply select the number one class. All right, and now what is happening is I'm going to give all the values, all right, property values of the previous buttons. All right, so starting from, let's say, border button one, copy this and paste it here. All right, and then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a hover effect. Now how to add a hover effect is by simply adding the class name again, all right, for the button that you want to add the hover effect. All right, oops, okay, and then after the class name, all right, without any space, just write hyphen and then hover. All right, now what this is going to do is this is going to add an effect, like whenever you move your cursor on the button, it is going to change the color, whatever you have set the color to be. All right, so let's say previously the background is none. All right, but after my cursor moves on the button, I want the background to change to, let's say, red. All right, and I want the color of my button to be white. All right, so previously it was black. Now I want the color to be white. There we go. Okay, and the rest of the things I just want the button to be same. All right, save it and then run it to see what happens. All right, so that's how you hover. All right, so as soon as I move my cursor on the button, you can see that the background of the image, the background of the button, it changes from none to red. I don't think so that I have changed the color. All right, let me just put it to white. Okay, oops, save it, and then there we go. Perfect. So this is how you add buttons with hover effect. All right, you can apply it to the rest of the buttons as well, but this was just to show you you can do wonders. All right, so you can apply hover effect, you can apply customizations, different properties to try out how your button is going to look great, etc. All right, so I hope that you have gained the concept of adding buttons in HTML and both CS and how to like properly utilize them by using CSS. All right, because just the button tag is not enough, since it's just going to show a simple button, and it's mostly going to depend on the browser capability of how it's going to render it. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, and before that, let's just copy everything, all the properties. Okay, save it and paste it inside the style tag as an inline style sheet. All right, there we go. Save it. Okay, so even if you don't have a style sheet or the link, we can still have our button pages. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep practicing. Alright, so in this video, we are going to learn about keyframes and animation in CSS. Alright, so keyframes and animation is not a rocket science. In fact, now you can add animations with CSS as well, and you can actually let the element gradually change from one style to another by applying animations in CSS. Now you can apply changes to as many CSS properties as you want and as many times you want. All right. Now, in order for us to make an animation occur in CSS, we need some keyframes for the animations. Now, keyframes, they're going to decide what styles the element will have at certain instances. All right. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's just create a div and give it a class of ball, okay, and choose that class name ball in our case, paste it, and add a background color of red and a width of 200 pixels, height of 200 pixels, so that I'm basically aiming for having a square. All right, and if I run it, save this, save this. If I run it to see the result, it will look like this somehow. There we go. So I have a 200 by 200 pixels box, okay? Now let's just make it a ball, all right? Or make it a circle. So how we do that is by giving our box or our ball a radius, all right? So that it looks like a ball. Border radius, all right, should be 50%, okay? Should be 50% in order for us to achieve the shape as of a circle. Perfect. So now we can see that we have a red ball, okay? Now it's time to let an element gradually change from one style to another, all right? So what are we going to do is we are going to apply the property known as animation name, all right? So you can give any name you want to your animations, but make sure that when you're deciding for the keyframes, all right, so your name should match of that of what you're going to apply for the keyframe. Okay, so I'm going to show you how. So for example, you want this ball to have an animation name of, let's say, bounce. All right, because I really want the ball to bounce. Now this is not some value which isn't built in the name of the animation name property, but it's just something that I have given on my own. Okay, and you can give any name that you want. Next thing, animation duration. Oops. Animation duration. All right. I want the ball to bounce and take about 5 seconds to bounce. All right. And then that's it. So far, so good. Let me just close the bracket. So far, so good. Now, in order for us to make our ball bounce, we'll add keyframes, all right, which will decide the ball should go to what instances, all right? So I can do that by adding at and then adding keyframes keyword and then the name of the animation, all right? So in this case, I have bounce. So I'm going to write bounce, okay? So in order for you to understand how keyframes work, that there are two positions, all right, which represents 0%, that is the start, and 100%, which means that that's the point where the animation will end, okay? So 0% will be our starting position, okay? So we'll write 0%, all right? And then it's going to say, what do we want at 0%? Well, in this case, I want the ball to bounce from, apart from top, let's say 200 pixels. All right, there we go. And when the ball reaches at a stage of, let's say, 50%, I want the top to be 500 pixels, all right? And at last, when the ball reaches 100%, which is the completion state, all right, I want the top to be at 700 pixels, all right? Now, if you run it, it's not moving, and that's because our position by default is set to static, all right? So we're just gonna put the position to relative, all right? There we go. And if I see this, refresh, there we go. So now our ball is bouncing and it's going up till 700 pixels, all right? It stops at 700 pixels, all right? Let's just decrease the size of our ball. Let's make it 50 pixels and 50 pixels here, all right? and then simply, there we go. Okay, so far so good. Let's say if I decrease the animation timing, make it to 2 seconds, it's gonna look like this. All right, perfect. Great. All right. So top, it starts from top, all right, which is 200 pixels. Let's just start from 0 pixels and then, add a fall. Okay, all right, there we go. Perfect. So we have a ball. Let's say that at 50%, I want the color to change. I want the background to be yellow. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. So I have yellow and then it becomes red again. Great. Okay, so this is how you apply animations in CSS. Remember, we're just gonna, have a quick recap of how keyframes and animation work. First of all, write the animation name and then the animation duration. And also, if your browser is by default, the position is set to static, then make sure that you're setting the position to absolute or relative, okay? And then add the keyframes and then, the starting point, 0%, and then you can add whatever you want to, add in terms of properties, position, or whatever you want to change. So let's say you want to change the background at 50% to be yellow, and at 100% you want the top to be 700 pixels, etc. So you can control everything by keeping the scale in mind that there is a start, all right, and then there is an end. You can add 0%, 10%, 20%. It's up to you how many times you want to add keyframes. But make sure that you're just adding whatever you want to add, all right? And one last thing before I sign off is that there are other many animation properties, just like the transition one, that is the animation delay and then the animation iteration count, all right? So there is a shorthand syntax available for adding in, animation, and that is, let's say that, you don't want to add that many names, all right? So what you're going to do is that you're going to simply add the name of the animation and then the animation duration, okay? And then the animation timing function, like how you want the animation to happen, all right? So in our case, we want the linear, all right? And then the animation delay, if you want to have a delay, let's say 1 second, all right? And then the last thing is the animation iteration count, which you can decide whether you want it to be infinite or for 3 times or 5 times, all right? So in our case, the ball is bouncing. So you can decide here how many times you want the ball to bounce. You want it to be infinite or you want it to be 5 times, all right? So let's say I want the ball to bounce 5 times, okay? So I'll just write 5 in terms of number, okay? So that's it. Make sure that you have this particular order to follow, all right? Because that's the best scenario when your animation will work. So if I just refresh, there we go. It just keeps coming back 5 times. 3, 4, and lastly 5. That's it, all right? So you can keep it to be infinite if you like, all right? And then it will just keep on, repeating itself on an infinite loop, all right? So have I saved the file or not? There we go. Oops, I think I just made a mistake here. There, that should be the infinite value. All right, so there we go. Now it's going to repeat itself on an infinite loop and it's not going to stop, all right? So that's how you add animation to your CSS elements, okay? You can practice as much as you can because practice makes perfect, all right? So these are some very heavy exercises to work on, I know, but of course, these are the most fun as well, okay? So I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep practicing. Okay, so in this section, we'll be creating a portfolio website. All right, so whatever you're seeing right now on your screen, don't get intimidated by it because this is the final product. Of course, we'll be creating the structure and then we'll apply CSS, whatever we have learned so far. Okay, so we're gonna be applying all the elements that we have learned so far, both HTML and CSS. All right, so get ready. We're gonna be having a lot of fun and a lot of learning. Okay, so I'll see you in the later videos. Keep learning and of course, keep practicing. Alright, welcome to this video. Now, in this video, we'll be creating the structure of our portfolio project, okay? So, let me tell you this, the integral part of any web page is to have a wonderful structure, and if you don't have a good structure, then I'm afraid your CSS is also going to look weird, okay? So it doesn't matter how cool colors you use, if your structure isn't perfect, then CSS won't make sense, alright? And the design will be a disaster. So in order to get something like this, okay, which you can see right on your screen, okay, we need to work on the structure first, all right? So let's go back to the code editor, all right? I've created one project CV template file, all right? And along with that, I have the main.css file as well, which I'm gonna be using for this project, okay? Now, let's just link our CSS first, though we'll be creating the structure first, but still, it's better to link it. There we go. Now let's start from the header, all right? So we have the header first of all right? And then we have the navigation links as well. So we know that the header consists of the logo or whatever main information about the page and the navigation links, okay? So we're gonna be creating the header first, all right? And we're gonna come inside the body. There we go. First of all, we'll create a comment that this is a header or a header is coming up, and then I'll create a tag header, and underneath that I will create a heading and name it Alex Smith. All right, and after that I'm going to create nav, all right, and then unordered list, and inside that unordered list I'm gonna be creating links. There we go. So over here I have home, about me, my work, and contact me, all right? So first link is going to be home, all right? I'm just going to copy this whole thing, all right? Save it. Now, if you're worried about the fact that, oh, what is this? Well, we have learned everything previously, all right? Now we're just applying it, okay? So contact me, save it, all right, and run it to see how it looks. All right, so far so good. We are not getting this at the moment because we haven't applied CSS, but we'll reach there, all right, don't worry. So far our HTML structure is going absolutely fine, all right? Now comes the second part, which is this part, all right? This heading and the button right here, all right? So going back to the code editor, we are going to create another section and name it as intro, all right? Because this is an intro about the developer, all right? Of what he does or how, you know, for what he's famous for, all right? So over here, I'm just gonna create a new section. All right, and inside that section, I'm gonna create one more div, not give it a class right now, all right? And inside that div, I'm going to create one heading and say exactly this, copy this, and paste it inside the h1 tag, all right? This text right here, the small text is a span tag. I've utilized it in the span tag, all right? You can add paragraph if you like, but let's just go according to the format, all right? So this span tag is inside the h1 tag, all right? We're gonna figure this span tag later in the CSS, all right? But for now, we're just focusing on creating the structure. All right, save it and see how our structure looks like. Brilliant, okay? So far, so good. Now, the next thing is adding the button, all right? So in order to add the button, we need to add the button tag and say, see my work. Save it. All right, we're going to be adding classes and IDs later on. Don't worry about it. Now, let me just add this right here. All right. Okay. So far, so good. All right, so our intro section is also done. Next is the turn of another section, which is about me. All right. And what here, this section will have a heading, who am I? All right, just like this web page says right here. All right, who am I? Now, if we just inspect this element right here, you can see that this is H4. All right, so we're going to be creating H4 after H1 inside the about me section. H4, and I'm just going to copy this information. All right, I'm 24 years old and I'm a creative web developer. There we go. Let's check it. Okay, so far so good. Who am I? I'm 24 years old, creative web developer. So far we are going in a fine direction. All right, now it's time to add this image. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to create a div. All right, so that we can create, add add two divs. All right, because this is a separate div, this is a separate div. All right, so I'm just gonna create a div after the heading. All right, and inside that div I'm going to create another div, and inside that div I'm going to create an image, and source should be profile.jpg. all right, save it and then see the result. There we go. So we have pretty big image. Okay, that's fine, but we're gonna be, decreasing the width, so don't worry about it at this point. And the next thing is we're going to create another div, which is going to say, all right, this paragraph, or let's add two more paragraphs. Copy this, paste it. There we go. Once more. There we go. So we have the image and then we have paragraphs. Okay. Now, just to, make sure that my image is not disturbing other things, let's just give it a width of 300 pixels for now. All right, 300 pixels from the inline style option. Okay, so there we go. We have an image and we have some text. All right, and then it's time to add another navigation bar, but this time that navigation bar will be of the social media icons. Okay, so I'm just going to create navigation bars inside this div. All right, after the paragraph, and I'm going to say nav, and then I'm going to add ul, and after that the same href. Okay, so we're going to decide what we want to put. Let's say F for Facebook. All right, copy this, paste, 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 and F for Facebook, D for Dribble, T for Twitter, and L for LinkedIn. Okay, all right, so far so good. We have our social media icons as well. All right, now it's time to create another section, which is the work section. Okay, which is right here. There we go, the work experience. All right, so after ending this section, all right, we're going to create a new comment and say work. All right, work experience. There we go. And after that, I'm going to create another section. And inside that section, I'm going to create one more div and give a heading of my work experience. All right, there we go. And after that, you can see I've added one HR as well. So I'm gonna add one horizontal ruler. There we go. Save it and run it to see what's happening. There we go. So my work experience, and then there is a line you can see, and we're gonna style this line as well. All right. So far so good. Next, we're gonna be adding one more comment. All right, just we're done with this. Okay, we're gonna be adding one comment and say, all right, experience 1, and we're gonna add a div, and inside that div I'm going to say h2 Google Analytics. All right, and underneath that I'm gonna say h3 2000, and let's just copy this from here. All right, 2000, and there we go. And after that, I'm going to create a paragraph. It's going to say this information, lead generator. Okay, so far so good. Perfect. All right, so let's create another div in order to add this paragraph. Okay, so we're going to create one more div, and inside that I'm going to say lorem ipsum twice. All right, save it and run it to see what happens. There we go. So my work experience, first one is Google Analytics, and then the duration and the post, and then some information. All right, you can add your information if you want. Now let's copy this whole thing like this once more. All right, so starting from here, all right, this experience 1, starting from here till the last div before the section, let's just copy it once and type experience 2, and this time write whatever is written here, IBM. All right, there we go, IBM, and then 2010 to 2016. And what else? We have web manager. Oh, there we go, web manager. Okay, and copy this once more. This time Yahoo. All right, and 2016 to present, web analyst. All right. Okay, so far so good. Let's check the structure of where we are so far. There we go. So now my work experience, Google Analytics, all right, duration, post, and then some information about the job, etc. So far, I'm on the right track when it comes to structure, etc. Okay, so don't worry about why we haven't caught this kind of result so far, because this is CSS. All right, this is the final product. Okay, so let's move on and create this section now, which is the contact me section. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my code editor, and after the work section, work experience section is, there we go, it's ending, I'm gonna add one more section and name it as contact me. There we go. And after that, create a section, and inside this section I'm going to create one div, And inside that div, I'm going to say, all right, contact me. Go on. Okay. So after that, I'm going to add one paragraph. And after the paragraph, what else we have? We have a button. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the button from here. Where is it? There we go. All right. Don't worry. We're going to add classes later on, but right now we're just adding the structure. Okay. So I'm going to add a button right here and say contact me, or whatever it says. It says download PDF. So I'm going to say, okay, download PDF. Save it and then run it. There we go. So we have the contact me section as well. Okay. And the structure looks absolutely gorgeous to me. And last but not the least, we have the footer. All right. So we're going to be adding the footer at last. Okay. And just after the contact me section, I'm going to add footer section. All right. And say footer and create a div. Okay. And inside that div, I'm going to create a paragraph. All right. Not that much of a paragraph because I really don't need that much text. There we go. That's more than enough. And after that, H5, copyright, go whole. And at last, the horizontal ruler. There we go. Okay. So if I go back and check, our structure is ready for the website. Now we just need to add CSS, all right, some effects, backgrounds, and of course we need to apply whatever we have learned so far by learning HTML and CSS, all right? So let's just go on. Our structure is ready. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and of course keep pondering and keep practicing, okay? Alright, in this video we will add CSS, or style in other words, to our HTML structure that we created in the previous video. Alright, so first thing first, in order for us to view our page consistent on all the browsers, we need to add the normalized.css file. Alright, so we have previously discussed about it, okay, and I already have it in my directory. I hope you do too. Alright, so I'm just gonna add or link my normalized.css file. All right, and I'm just going to comment first that this is the normalized CSS file. There we go. And now I'm just going to link it up. Okay. All right, so what it will do is that no matter what browser you're using, it's going to display consistent and default layout on all the browsers. All right, so in order to confirm that, it's better that we run the page on Safari as well. There we go. So this is Chrome, all right, and this is Safari, and you can see that everything is consistent now, all right, in terms of the buttons and everything, okay? So let me just show you here. There we go. All right, so that means my browser is going to display the web page in one consistent style. All right, so now it's time to apply CSS, and we're going to start with the very basic, that is going to our CSS file. And of course, since elements are all about boxes, so we want the boxes, all right, universal boxes, to have a box sizing of border box. Okay, so all the boxes, whatever I'm going to use, all right, all the elements, they're going to have the box sizing of a border box. All right, if you're not sure about border box or box sizing, you can go back and recap about the box model fix. Okay, now the next thing is to add Google font. Okay, now because it's a very convenient option to utilize Google font directly from the Google font website, we're going to use that for our project. Okay, Now I have already opened fonts.google.com. You can go to this website, and for this project, I have chosen Railway font. All right, and there we go. I'm going to click on customize as well. All right, regular one is selected, but I want the bold one as well. So I'm going to select this as well. All right, go back to embed. Okay, copy this link and go to my code editor. And after the normalized file, I'm going to create a comment and say Google font railway. All right, there we go. And then underneath, paste the link. Okay, so far so good. Perfect. Now, if you go back to your structure, all right. Oops, I think I haven't declared it in my CSS, so I'm just gonna do that right now. My body is going to have the font family. All right, I'm just gonna copy this specification from the Google Font website and paste it in my CSS. There we go. All right, now I'm gonna check. There we go. So now my railway has been applied. All right, so moving on, we want to create icons as well. All right, and in order to add icons like these, all right, we need to get some link, just like the Google Fonts link. Now, there is more than one way to do that. All right, there's fontawesome.com, which recently updated itself. All right, and then there is Ionic Cons, okay, which pretty much is a similar thing like Font Awesome, but since Font Awesome has recently updated itself, it's kind of a tough thing for you to use it, all right, in terms of adding the code and stuff. But if you click on ionicons.com, if you go to ionicon.com, you can simply click on CDN, all right? No need to download it. Just copy this code, okay? It's a CSS code. Go to your code editor, and in your HTML sheet, copy this font. There we go. And link it. There we go. So, done. Okay, so now I can add fonts like these, all right, to my project. Okay, so going back to the code editor, now I know I can easily add it. I just need to know how to add it inside HTML just to make sure. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to Ionicon's website, and over here you can see that I have almost all kinds of icon. All right, so what I need to do is I'm just going to search for Facebook. There we go. So I have Facebook. I'll just select Facebook and see. All right, this is the class that I can utilize for Facebook. So I'm just going to select this class and paste it right here. All right, but with an I tag. There we go. All right, that. So I just need to copy this code and paste it in between the anchor tag. Paste it. All right, and paste it. All right, now I just need to change the name of the icon from Facebook to Twitter, and then dribble with a triple B, dribble, and then finally LinkedIn. All right, save this and run it to see what happens. Okay, so far so good. I have the icons. All right, all my icons are listed. All right, there we go. So you can see the icons. Well, they're not styled yet like this, like these. All right, but we will reach there step by step. Okay, but finally our icons are there. Okay, so now let's just start by styling our header. Okay, now let's just give a class of name to our header. All right, since we want the font to be a little bit bigger than H1 heading, so I'm just going to copy this. All right, go to my code editor, CSS, sorry. All right, and simply add name. Okay, should have a font size of 'let's say 5em. All right, there we go. And the color, all right, the color should be the exact color as this one. All right, so let's just inspect this color. It's green color. There we go. So that's the color. All right, I'm just going to copy the code and paste it right here. All right, the hexa code. And of course, the font weight should be 900. Let's see what happens. All right, let me just zoom out. There we go. Okay, so far so good. I'm actually getting there. And one more thing I wanted to do is I wanted the body to have the text alignment to be in center, all right, so that everything comes in center. All right, there we go. So everything is in center. I'm reaching to my desired final product, all right, step by step, and I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that, all right? So next thing, I'm going to select the nav, all right, but before that, I want to give it a class of navigation since we have another nav tag as well. So I just don't want to confuse it. So I'm just going to select this navigation, all right, and this navigation will now be added here, all right? And I want the navigation unordered list to have a list type, list style, sorry, to be none, all right, so that the bullet points get removed. Oh, did I just use different brackets? There we go. That's why it wasn't reading. All right, fine. Okay, list style should be none, and I want the nav bar to be to be in the center. So I'm just gonna apply 0 and auto. There we go. All right, so let's just see what happens. All right, so far so good. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to select my class, but this time I'm going to select the list along with it. And I'm going to say, well, you know what, display them, but display them as inline block. All right. And after that, I want a margin among them to be 1 EM. Okay. So notice I'm using EM instead of pixels. Okay. So make sure that you're also doing that. All right. So far, so good. Now I want them to have a real link look, all right? I don't want this underlined thing to happen to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to my code editor, and this time from my navigation, I'm going to select, all right, this is the class, and underneath I'm going to target the child element, which is A, the anchor tag, all right? So I'm going to target the anchor tag now, and I'm going to say, all right, I want the font weight to be bold, or I don't know, 900 is fine. Okay, bold. Text transform, since I want everything in capital, so text transform should be uppercase. Okay, and text decoration should be, let's say, none. All right, so that the underlined thing gets removed. All right, padding. Let's apply a little bit padding. 0.5 em. Save it, and of course, color should be white. There we go. All right. So if I go, there we go. You can't see the links right now because we haven't added the background, but don't worry. We'll add the background very soon. Now let's go to our code editor and see header is done. All right, we're done with header. Now it's time to give a background to the intro section. But first we need to give it a class. All right. Now the class name should be intro, since we're talking about intro, so the class name should be intro. All right, and now I'm just going to select the intro part, and over here I'm just going to paste intro and give it a background of URL. I hope that works. Main BG. All right, there we go. And I want the background repeat to say no repeat. Okay, And of course, the background size should be cover. And then background position should be center and center. All right, there we go. So let's see and check what happens now. Okay, so far so good. We have the picture, but unfortunately, because the padding is not applied, so that's why you can't see it. All right, let's apply a padding of let's say 10 em top bottom and 0 left right. All right, so and also the font color should be white. There we go. Save it and then run it. There we go. All right, so now we have a pretty much decent view of what was previously there. All right, like I said, we are reaching to our final product. Okay, but what I really wanted to understand is that well, it's a fantastic picture, but again, the text is not visible. All right, because of the picture, because there's too much light in the background, so I really can't make any head or tail for my text. Okay, so it's difficult to read. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply a linear gradient, okay, to my background. So I'm just going to go here, all right, just in front of the URL. I'm just going to type linear gradient. Okay, and inside that I'm going to say RGBA first value and then RGBA second value. There we go. Okay, so now I just need to put some really interesting dark values, 0.5 to let's say 0.000. Remember, RGB stands for red, green, blue. So if the value is set to 0, that means it's automatically black. But transparency, alpha transparency, A stands for the opacity. So I'm just going to decide what the opacity is going to look like. So if you can see here, this is how the opacity looks like. Here and over here, the opacity looks like this somehow. All right, so far so good. There we go, much better. But again, it's not what I actually want. So in fact, I want the gradient to go from left to right rather than top to bottom. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm just going to increase, let's say 0.8 to 1. All right, so that I can, get proper opaqueness. And then I'm just going to say 90 degrees. There we go. All right, now let's just see what happens. Okay, I think it's pretty dark right now. Well, let's just do one thing. Let's just put the value back to 0.5 and 0.8. There we go. Okay, much better, much better. Okay. Now, before we style the other parts of this section, what we have done in this web page is that we have added the header inside the section background, all right, the intro background. So how we do that is we have studied about the positions, all right, positioning in CSS. So it's very simple how we're going to do that this time as well. So we are going to put our header, all right, which is this part, all right, to a position of absolute, all right. So it's time to apply some CSS to our header, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the position to be on absolute, all right. And if you see now, what's happening here is that my header is now on top left corner, all right. So in order for me to bring it in the center, what I need to do is I need to put the positions left and right to be on 0, all right. And of course, I just want to clear both so that if there's any interruption, it can be cleared. Okay, and also overflow, whatever overflow is happening, it should be auto or hidden. Now let's just check and see what happens. Now you can see that my information is overriding the header, all right? And I really don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to my code editor, and over here you can see that I have already created one div, all right? And that div was there for a purpose, but now it's time to add a class and say content intro, all right? Give it a name of content intro, all right? And apply some extra margin top to that content intro. So I'm just going to do that by adding content intro margin top to be 5 em, okay? And after that, the overflow, if there is any, should be auto, all right? It's always a safe option to use the overflow, okay? So if I see it now, there we go. So now you can see that it's much, much better. All right, so I don't know why the margin is not getting applied. Maybe it's getting applied, but we need to make sure that we fix this, all right? There's too much space between Alex Smith and the list, all right? So we need to go back to the code and see where we are wrong. Okay, so over here you can see that we haven't applied any margin to the name class. All right, let's just check now. There we go. Perfect. So now it's okay. But I'm noticing something right here. You can see that the font size is a bit bigger. So I just want to make it, let's say 4 em. Also, you can see that the list is going a little bit on the left side. So I need to know if there is some extra padding applied. So there we go. All right, so there we go. We see an extra padding right here of 40 pixels. All right, so I just want to eliminate it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply a padding of 0, okay, to my unordered list navigation. All right, so far so good. Perfect, but I just want to apply some margin top to this so that I can get the space, equivalent space of my final product. So I'm just going to go back to my code editor. The header to have a margin top of 1.5 em. All right. So if I just run it now, you can see that there is a margin top applied. Okay. So far so good. Now it's time to style this bunch of text. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select the content intro. All right. And then inside the content intro, I'm going to select the H1 of the content intro. So there we go. H1. And I want the font size to be 3.5, 3.8 em. All right. And then font weight to be 900. Okay. And then text transform should be uppercase. There we go. All right. And see what happens. Oops. Text is a bit bigger. Anyway. All right. I need to put a space as well. So I'm just going to do that. There we go. Okay. Also, just decrease the font size. Make it 3 em and see what happens. Still bigger. Let's make it 2.5 em. All right, perfect. All right, so I need to get this span tag, all right, whatever text is there in the span tag, okay, this span tag to be smaller, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this class, all right, paste it, and target the child element inside it, which is whatever span tag is there. It's going to get this property, okay, font size. Let's say what the font size should be. Well, let's say I want a font size to be 12 pixels, all right, or 1 em, okay. And I want the font weight to be 400. There we go. And I want the span to be displayed as block, so that it will automatically come on the new line. Let's just see what happens now. I didn't get what I wanted. So let's just change it to 0.5 em. All right. Also, let's just apply margin top to be about 10 pixels. All right. Let's just see what happens now. Perfect. So far, so good. Let's just check Okay, so it's not that near. All right. So instead of EM, it's going to choose pixels and see the result now. All right, that's better. So far, so good. Also, I need to apply some extra margin to this heading. All right, so I'm going to do that by saying margin top to be 1.5 EM. All right, let's see what happens now. There we go. So I'm just a little bit more down than the usual. Okay, so far so good. Now it's time to style this button right here, okay? So I'm just gonna inspect this button. All right, so far I don't have any class, so let's just add a class here. Let's say that this is button intro. Add a class, button intro. There we go. All right, and copy this, paste it over here, and then let's just apply a padding of 0.5 EM and 2 EM. Let's see what happens. And first of all, let's just eradicate all the borders. First, let's just see the result. There we go. So now the button looks fine. All right, but it's time to eliminate the borders. All right, and also apply some margin as well. Margin top, 1 EM. And then I want the background to be of the color that I'm using in my color theme, which is, oh, there we go. A shade of green. There we go. And I want the text color inside to be white. Okay. And after that, I want the font weight to be about 400. Okay. And of course, the border should be 2 pixels solid. And the color should be same, the green one. All right. Now, I think that's more than enough. All right. Also, I want the letters to be uppercase. So there we go. If we just see it now, there we go. Perfect. So far so good. I have a nice looking button here. All right. And it looks great. Now let's add a transition to our button as well. All right, in case we hover, so there should be some animation effect that we have learned. All right, so transition should be, let's say that I want the color to change and the border to change. So let's say all, and then the duration of the transition and how it should be. Okay, the transition timing function, all right, which is linear. You can select fade in as well. Oh, sorry, ease in as well, but it's totally up to you. All right, so let's say that, you know, upon hover, all right, copy this, paste it. Upon hover, let's say I want the background to be white, okay, and I want the color of the text to be black, all right, and I want the border to be the same. There we go. Copy this and paste it there. So upon hover, all these properties will transition, all right, in 0.2 seconds. There we go. If I save it, there we go. So far, so good. Perfect. So I'm going to be seeing you in the next video, all right? Till then, I really want you to practice very hard, all right, and understand what has happened, all right? So if I check the responsiveness of this website, it looks absolutely fine, okay? So I'm going to see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning and, of course, keep practicing. All right, in this video, we're going to continue where we left, okay? So we're done with the very first part, which is the header and the section thingy, all right? And we designed something like this, all right? Now it's time to style this area, okay, and make it look like something like this, all right? So let's just start, all right, without wasting any second. Now let's go back to the code editor, all right? And over here, I just need to go to the About Me section, okay, and then add a class name as about-me, all right, and apply a padding to it, the top and bottom padding. There we go. Oops. Top and bottom padding, 5 em and 0, left, right. All right, and then also the overflow should be set to auto. Okay, save it and then run it to see the result. Perfect. There we go. So now I have a fine space between top and bottom. All right, so if you see the section box, all right, I'm just going to inspect it. There we go. Inspect. So I have a padding applied to this section, and you can see the box right here. All right, so padding 80 top and bottom. All right, now it's time to style this line right here. All right, and because we have applied a green color to it, so I'm going to apply the green color that we've been using over and over again. All right, so this is the green color. All right, so I'm just gonna say about me, whatever the heading is. There we go, H4 heading. Copy this heading. All right, and say H4 should be of color semicolon. There we go. Save it and then run it. Perfect. So far, so good. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want this image to be on the left side and I want this text to come on the right side. All right. So how I'm going to do that is by going back to my code. All right, and over here you can see that I have one div, and inside that div I have another div, and that div contains the image. All right, now I'm going to give it a class of, let's say, content wrap, and this class is going to be used in this project over and over again because it's going to set the rules of having a width like this. All right, since it's not having full width, you can see that there is some space left. All right, so what I'm going to do is set a width to the class of content wrap. All right, I'm just going to copy this class, paste it right here, and say the total width should be not 100%, in fact 90%. All right, and after that I want the margin, means to center the content, I need the margin to be top bottom 0 and left right auto. All right, so you can see now that margin has been applied. All right, this is the blue box. All right, so margin has been applied and this text has moved from left. All right, and from here as well, it's moved from the right, so it's in the middle somewhere. Okay, now it's time to move this image on the left side. All right, so what I'm going to do is, because we know that our image is inside a div, all right, so let's just name that div as column narrow. All right, since we want this image to be on the left side, and since this information right here, you can see it's more in width as compared to the image. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a class, all right, opposite the narrow class, which is going to be wide. Okay, so now we just need to pick these classes and style them accordingly. There we go, pick them. Okay, and say I want the image to float towards left. All right, and I want the overflow to be hidden. All right, let's see what happens. My image is on there. There we go. So my image is on the left side, just like this. All right, but you can see that there is some extra space, all right, after the heading, which we don't have it right here. So we're gonna apply a margin top of 1 em. I guess 1 em is fine. There we go. No, let's just put it 2 ems. 2 em. Perfect. Okay, so far so good. Also, in order to give our text, all right, to go towards right, all right, just like over here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to fetch the column wide class, all right, and paste it underneath. All right, and this time I'm going to say float towards right, okay, and then the text alignment should be left, okay. Overflow again should be hidden. There we go. And margin top should be equal to the image margin top. All right. Save it and then run it to see what happens. All right. So you can see that it's fine, but it's coming underneath the image. All right. And that's because we haven't set set a width. All right. So we'll apply a certain width because the full container is of 90% in which the information is contained. All right. So we want, in order to move this, we need to move it somehow here. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to give a width of to the column wide width of 70%. All right. 70%. There we go. So let's just add some more text, okay? So I'll go back to my project file, copy this same text twice, copy it, paste it twice. All right, over here as well. I'll paste it twice. All right, and remove this extra paragraph because I really don't need it. Okay, so far so good, looks good to me. Now it's time to style these social media icons. All right, so I'm going to go back to my code editor, and over here you can see that I have added a navigation element, okay, nav element, and inside that the order list, or not it is, sorry, I'm just going to give it a class of social icons. All right, social icons, so that we're talking about the social icons here. And now I'm just going to pick this class. All right, copy this, go to my CSS file. There we go. Add it, and then list style should be none. All right, since we really don't want any style. Okay, and padding must be 0. And I'll tell you why. Okay, so far so good. Now it's time to style the social icons list, which is right here where our icons are present. All right, so I'm just going to pick this class and then target the list elements inside it. Now the padding is also 0. That means that we can apply padding in our list. All right, so it's important to have a padding 0 here. All right, so if you want more space, it's up to you, but in order to get a cool design, it's better that you apply 0 padding if there's any. Okay, so social icons list will have the text decoration of none. All right, and then display should be inline block. All right, so that they can be displayed as a stripe. All right, and now padding among them will be 5% on 5 pixels on all 4 sides. Okay, there we go. So far so good. All right, so we have all the icons here. Pretty much it looks like you're almost near. All right, but we still need to add some more stuff to our social media icons. Now in order to give them a border like this, all right, a circle border, you can see that if I apply, let's say if I apply some border to the links, all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this social class and then add, target the link in it. All right, so if I try to give it a border radius of, let's say 50%, all right, first of all, let's just create a border in the first place. All right, so border, let's give it 2 pixels solid, and color should be dark gray. All right, save it and then run it to see what happens. There we go. So we have the icons and we have the border, but again, let's just apply some padding to it as well. Let's go to here, apply padding. Let's say 10 pixels. All right, so if you see now, you can see that it's fully not circle. All right, it's still not circle as compared to something like this. All right, which looks pretty nice. All right, so what we need to do is we need to go back to our code editor. All right, and first of all, make the social icons a square. So that means that the width and height should be same. Okay, so let's say I'm putting 40 pixels as my width, and height should be 40 pixels as well, so that it's a square. And let's say that if I want the border to be circle, then it will show me a circle and not an ellipse. Okay, so it's important to have width and height of same pixels. Okay, still it looks a bit weird. All right, so what I'm going to do is go back to our code editor and display our social links as block elements, so that the square can be the square option that we are trying to create. Width should be 40 pixels and height should be 40 pixels. All right, so that should be, that should be fulfilled. Okay, so let's make this border 1 pixels. Previously it was 1 pixel, 2 pixels. Let's make it 1 pixel. All right, and see the result. There we go. All right, so our icons, they are not aligned centrally, so let's just align them centrally. Text align should be center. All right, and there we go. So now we have the icons in the middle, but it's just the line height issue that we need to cover. All right, so the line height property basically decide how the line height is going to work. All right, what kind of line height should be there. So 40 pixels, since it's a square, we're going to be looking at the width and height of the box in which our icons is contained. So we just need to pick the 40 pixels line height. All right, and it should be the same as the height and width of the box. All right, so save it and run it. There we go. So we have the final icons ready, just like our final product. All right, so but we need to color them, of course. Let's just choose a light grayish color. Four, four, four. All right, there we go. So that's the gray color, gray color. All right, so I'm just gonna color it as 444 444. All right, and then the border should be of same value. There we go. Now I'm just gonna apply the transition. All right, so I want the transition to be applied to all. All right, and then duration should be 0.2 seconds, and effect should be ease in. All right, and now if I hover over my social icons, all right, there we go. If I hover over it, all right, I want the color to change to this color right here, the green color. All right, so copy this. Also, the border should be 1 pixels solid, and the color should be green. All right, so if I hover over it, the transition will happen to all the elements. Okay, run it. There we go. So far so good, and it looks absolutely fine. All right, let's just increase the size of the fonts. Give it a font size of 16 pixels since it was very small. All right, looks okay to me now. Perfect. Okay, so we have indeed achieved something like this. All right, so far so good. Next, we're going to be working on this my work experience section. All right, and the contact me section, and finally the footer. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning, and of course, keep practicing. Alright, so in this video, we are going to transform our work experience section and make it look like this. So currently, well, this is the full version, alright, but currently our page, it looks like this, alright. So we need to style it somehow like this, all right, and then we'll style the contact me section as well, and as well as the footer. So let's begin. So I'm on my code editor, all right, and it's time to create classes. All right, so we'll begin with the section. All right, and in a class here, as you know, this is the work experience section, so we add a class here of work. Okay, and then add this div add a class to this div as content wrap, all right, just like we have done here. Okay, so in the about me section, so that our content is in a width of 90%. Now I'm going to reuse my column narrow and column wide classes, um, just like what I did here. All right, so I'm going to use them to get something like this. Okay, so going back to the code editor, all right, I'm going to give this div experience1 a class of call narrow, all right, and the other div a class of call wide. All right, so as you can see that so far so good, the class's name have to match, all right, so that we don't have to rewrite the CSS of it. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this class called narrow and paste it here and paste it one more time here. That's it. Okay, and paste the call wide class here and as well as here. Okay, so basically I haven't added any CSS yet. I've just added the classes which have already been predefined. Okay, so what I want to do here is I'm kind of seeing the repetition. Oops, yeah, got it right. Experience 3 here. All right, so far so good. Let's just see and have a look how our page looks like. All right, so it looks pretty disturbed right now, and that's okay. Don't worry about it. We're gonna settle it once we add some extra CSS to our column narrow and column wide. Okay, but first we'll style the work class. Okay, so going back to the code editor, going to the work class, selecting work, copy this, go to the CSS, and underneath just paste this class, all right, and add a padding of 5em 0 left and right, then a background of linear gradient, all right, linear gradient, then RGB A, and then RGB a second value, all right, and I'm gonna tell what I'm gonna use here. Add the background code PNG. Let's see if that's reading it. All right, it's reading it. Save it. All right, and I'm just gonna add white here. Sorry, I'm just gonna add black here. All right, with an intensity of alpha 0.7 opacity. All right, and also just save it and run it to see first what happens. Nothing is happening because we haven't added the RGB or the other color. All right, so we need something like this. All right, we need this color, so I'm just gonna inspect this work background. All right, I'm just gonna copy this RGB value. All right, there we go. Just gonna copy this, okay, and paste it in my code. Now you can see that this is RGB value, all right? It's not RGBA value. So we'll not be, considering the fact that we have opacity here, all right? So I'm just gonna save it and then run it to see the result. Perfect, there we go. So we have a background, all right? But there is a slight problem that in our full product, all right, full portfolio, we have this slightly going from left to right. It's not going from top to bottom. So we're gonna adjust that by adding degrees. Okay, so I'm gonna say 19 degree comma RGB, and now there we go. It works absolutely fine. Okay, so after that I'm gonna add some other properties. So I'm gonna say background repeat is set to no repeat. Okay, background size should be cover, all right, and background position, of course, has to be center, all all right? Because always there are two values for background position. The color of the text inside this div is going to be white. And of course, in order to, let's just say, in order to minimize this problem, this overflowing problem that we have a lot of content, oozing out of the div, okay, so we're going to say overflow should be hidden, all right, or auto, depends on your choice, auto or hidden. Perfect. So there we go. We have this div now, and it's almost looking like our final product. Okay. Now let's just style the HR element. Okay, the line horizontal ruler. Okay. So we're just using a horizontal ruler like with the same width and height. All right. So it's going to be consistent throughout the design. So we're just going to give it one style. All right. So I'm going to go to the code editor. All right. And in the beginning, after the body, I'm just going to give it a style of, let's say, I'm going to give it a border of 5 pixels, solid and white. All right. And then a width of 10% is fine. Let's just see. Okay, so we have it, but it's slightly, it's slightly a little bit thicker. So I'm gonna go and change it to 2 pixels and see. That's better. All right, that's better. Okay, so 2 pixels. All right, let's just give it a width of 100 pixels instead of 10%. All right, so there we go. That's better. Okay, so one more thing is that this disturbance which is happening here, all right, so we need, like, Google Analytics experience to come in forward of this paragraph, all right, and for some reason we're not able to do that. So how to eliminate that problem is, so since we have using floats, all right, and we're using float in our column narrow and column wide as well. So we need to clear floats as well, all right. It becomes necessary at one point to clear them, all right, so that they don't overlap each other. So it doesn't matter whether you have set the overflow to hidden or auto, but you need to set the you need to clear the float. So for that you use this property called clear and use the value both. Okay, so after that you're going to see that now that problem is sorted out. All right, so let's just align the text to left as well. Text alignment should be set to left. All right, and there is a slight issue, that is the margin. All right, it should be 90%. All right, so I'm just going to go back to my code, and there we go. So this div must end here rather than after the heading. It should end just before the section. All right, so that's better. Okay, now if I check it, there we go. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect, looking good. All right, so that's how you add floats and clear them as well, so that your content doesn't overlap. So we're done with our my work experience section, all right, and it's looking like this, though there's a lot of text. So we're just going to copy this paragraph and just paste it in our code as well, so that it looks good. There we go. Paste it. All right, and paste it. Oops, there. That's not the place. There we go. Paste it, and then simply paste it. There we go. So now our text looks fine. Now there's one slight issue, that there's a lot of space between the attributes, all right, the years and the post. So I'm just gonna remove that, all right, and I'm just gonna give it a margin of column narrow paragraph, a margin of 5 pixels. All right, so there we go. H2 and H3 and paragraph should have a margin of top bottom 5 pixels, and left right I'm just not going to touch it. There we go. So if I just click now, there we go. So now you can see that it's absolutely fine. Okay, brilliant. All right, so let's just style the contact me section now. All right, so I'm just gonna go back to my code editor, and over here I have this contact me section already. I just need to add a class. So I'll add a class of contact me. Okay. Oops. Contact me. All right. And after that, I'm going to add a content wrap class. There we go. All right. And I just really don't want this. Yeah, it's actually ending just before the section, not like the work section as we did before. All right. So after that, over here, I'm going to give the same class as I did to my button in the header section. So it's going to give this class so that I can get some button like this. Okay, so just going to copy this class. All right, that's the beauty of like CSS, that you just copy the class and it's going to have the same properties. There we go. Okay, so now I'm just going to style the contact me class. All right, paste it here in my CSS. All right, and then give a padding of similar of work. All right, there we go. And overflow auto. There we go. So color, I'm just leaving it to black since I really don't want it to turn white because I really don't want to add any background. I want to keep the background plain. So let's see what happens. There we go. So we have the contact me section ready. It wasn't a very difficult thing to do. We just added the padding from our previous properties and contact me section is ready. It looks like this somehow. There we go. Okay. So in this case, just the button is a bit bigger, but that's okay. I mean, it's up to you. You want to make it bigger or not. So as long as it looks like a button, okay? All right, so it's time to style the footer. And I'm going to go back to my template and add a class to my footer element as footer. All right, and this div will be used to add the content wrap since I want the content to be of width 90%. All right, there we go. Save it and then select the footer, copy this, go to the CSS and simply add it and give it a background of black. All right, and padding should be 5 em, 0, just like the other sections. Color of the text should be white. All right, and overflow should be auto. Save it and then run it. There we go. So now we have our footer ready. Okay, so that's it. That's how you make a perfect portfolio website. So hope you have gained the concept of creating a project CV template, which is a starter template, and it's something that you attempt to make soon after you learn the essentials of HTML5 and CSS3. Now, because HTML5 is responsive in nature, you can notice that I haven't added any media queries for making myself my site responsive. All right. So if you just try to minimize the site, all right, or take it to the size of a mobile screen, then you can notice that nothing is missing out. It's absolutely fine. This is how the site will look like on the mobile. All right, now you can still make some changes to it, but we'll discuss that later, how you can do that. But overall, the site looks good. Even if you open it on your mobile, the site will look good and readable. All right, so this is the desktop version, and I hope that you have gained the concept of creating awesome design as your starter template. Okay, so I'm gonna see you in the next videos. Till then, keep learning and of course, keep creating great stuff.